Hello, everyone! Oh, wait, starting soon screen's still playing. I don't know why it does that. Hello, everyone! Master Zach here. We're back in 3D, and, as you can see, I got my mask! Yippee! I commissioned my mask. It's very cool. Yeah. I have a look. Also, yes,
and it
there's
does make
Nubby's
your hair
Number
look
Factory.
a bit stupider. I can get you a new haircut.
True, Alexiel's gonna get me a haircut soon as well, which is gonna be cool.
Yeah.
No way, real Master Here Zach model. This has always been the real Master Here Zach model. It just, Alexiel doesn't know how to, like, do a full 3D model, which is, like, insane.
No, yeah, I was using, I use Vroid for Studio for the models, which is basically like a dress-up game that involves a lot of browsing for custom content.
True.
And believe it or not, Zach's exact mask does not.
Yeah, it doesn't exist. So huge shout out to Jumi, at Jumi K on Vgen. They're the one that made this. So yeah, if you need a custom 3D VTuber accessory, yeah, they did a really good job. They did it like really fast too. So I'm gonna make sure to credit them in the description as well, because I did not do that, but I was gonna pull them up, so I was like, oh yeah, mass 3D. All right. But yeah, if one of these days I'm trying to figure out how to do it, because as you guys may or may not know,
There's already ads. That's awesome.
True. As you guys may or may not know, I have been getting a lot of commissions lately. I want to do like a big like celebratory, like show off the commissions that I've gotten, because there have been a lot of amazing ones. But I don't know how to like properly like show like credits, because I already am using like most of the characters in my YouTube description. And I also want to showcase like the things that they've actually made, because like a lot of them would just be like, oh, like little art piece, like drawing of this, like sketch, Zach sketch, like stuff like that. So I want to figure out how to like make a website where I can like potentially like show them off. And I know there's like a bunch of like ways to do that, so I'm looking into that. So that's a project. But yeah, potentially something to look forward to. So it'll be like a thing, and it'll have the credits, and then it'll have like all the different like an image of the thing, and then like the credit, and then like a link. So yeah, because I want to credit all the artists that did stuff. Slideshow with art credits, like a digital museum, could make a Tumblr blog. Ooh, true. I kind of want it to be like a custom website, but like, you know what? A Tumblr blog would be cool too. That is right. I do.
You need to make a custom website. I can do custom websites.
Oh, you can?
Not well, but well, anyone can do a custom website if they use a custom website.
True. Website. If you use this video is sponsored by Wix or whatever. I don't know. No, it's not. Yeah. I wonder what the first sponsorship I'll get will be.
Yo, HD Teddy Lovers here. Yay.
Yo. Tumblr does allow custom CS. But yeah.
This is going to be fun. This episode actually, I think it's more the second episode. So, as the rule, if you have a phobia, there is a Magnus Archives episode about it. Mine, I believe, is 20 Desecrated hosts. Luckily, for me, it's there's like a detail about it that just makes me go, oh, well, that wouldn't happen to me. So I don't even get scared of it. Let's go. Huge win for me.
Dude, you Alexia, you said the word phobia, and now I've got to look up and check if there's spiders above me. Like, I'm not even kidding.
I
It
can't
sucks.
believe I didn't ask if you had arachnophobia
Yeah,
before
do you have
getting
arachnophobia?
to react to the Magnus Archives.
Oh no. And like, dude, it's crazy because like that happened. That like we have the same backstory.
Yeah,
Like
that's just
my first memory is of like a spider running at me and like trying to kill me.
it could happen to you.
No, I don't want creepy ghost spiders.
What about other creepy spiders? which, good luck.
Oh no.
I will say, I think that one's like probably it is top
Wait.
3 most worst ones for spiders.
Oh no.
And that's because I haven't listened to the other 2 that I'm thinking about in ages, and also their late game episodes, because when I think the writer has a arachnophobia.
I will say, don't tell me, of course, because I want it to be a secret.
Yeah,
but
I
like
will not
when you
tell
say late game, I don't even know what that means. Like I like don't tell me how many episodes are in this, but like in my mind there could be like 100 episode or there could be like thousands. Like literally like I'm pretty sure like Welcome to Night Vale is still like ongoing. So like it could be like something like that.
I will say it's not as long as Welcome to Night Vale.
Welcome to Night
And
Vale.
yes, Welcome to Night Vale is still ongoing.
And now
Carlos and Cecil
the weather.
have at least one child. I think Kevin found a copy of Carlos and got married with it.
But don't spoil it. Like,
well, it's Welcome to Night Vale.
Why is this set
You're
to
never going to catch
Company?
up. Are you ever going to catch up to Welcome to Night Vale? No.
Welcome to Night Vale stream where we watch Welcome to Night Vale.
Dude, I know. 24-hour subathon.
No, it wouldn't. A subathon isn't 24 hours.
Welcome to Night Vale is playing in the background, and we see how far we can get into it. That would be hyped.
Okay, if I were to ever do a subathon, I would not have it be 24 hours. Like if I'm doing a subathon, it's a subathon. Like sure, I might do like the depreciating value of like subs eventually, where it, like maybe like 10 seconds is one sub at the beginning, and then like by the end it's like okay 1 second is like you add 1 second every time you sub. But like no, I think that like I'm not gonna. It's fair if you do like it's a subathon, but we're like capping it at like it can only go this long. But I feel like that defeats the like point of it.
Yeah, that's true.
So like,
but I do think subathon where Welcome to Night Vale is playing in the background, and we see how far we can make it in. It's a crazy good concept.
Can't wait for the subathon awesome. That'll last 1 hour. No. I'm not gonna do a subathon now because like that like. I feel like that would just be like not that like it's like like the community's small and that like then we couldn't do the subathon, but like I don't want to like force you guys like make you guys feel forced to like sub and stuff like that. Like I feel like that's kind of like
I think
weird. But like if I had like
there's
I don't
enough
know
people that like we like know everyone who's in chat, it feels weird.
Yeah, like earlier I was like, oh hey look, that's Lamp Black in chat. When we were setting up stream, and I was like, oh yeah, okay, nice, Magnus Archive viewers. Wouldn't it be funny for everyone to move to Twitch? I mean, you can still do a subathon on YouTube, it's just like with memberships, but like, I don't know.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to do it now, because like, that just seems like, I don't know, like unfathomable amounts of like greed. But yeah, anyways, was there anything else that we were supposed to talk about, or is it time to get into the We're only doing 2 episodes today, so like there is time.
Yeah. I mean, we'll be talking about these episodes quite a bit. I think.
Oh, true. Is this some sort of podcast? Yes, it is. The Magnus Archives is a like a horror like imagine like I don't know SCP. From the perspective of someone who works at the SCP facility, but doesn't like believe
in SCPs.
Yeah.
And he gets mad when people are like, I think I was affected by this SCP. No, you weren't.
And he's like, "That this person is stupid. SCPs are not real." Dude, it's crazy. One of the kids in my mom's class during, like, the pandemic was, like, really big into, like, SCP. And, like, they would like, you know how, like, kids make, like, really disturbing drawings of, like, stuff?
Yeah.
And, like, parents are, like, concerned? They'd draw out, like, Siren Head, and then they'd be like, "I would beat Siren Head because I'm very fast." And it's just, like, there's, like, a disturbing drawing of, like, Siren
Yeah.
Head.
That's awesome.
Uh,
Alright. Before we
Alright.
start this episode, Zach, what do you think the themes of an episode called Confession are going to be?
I actually like that it's, I like that we're doing Confession and Desecrated Host at the same time, because in my mind, they're, like, very connected. Also, I'm just saying, this
And
would
also,
have
I
been...
did say that it's a two-part. So.
This, or, yeah. If JoJo's was actually weekly, because whatever Netflix is doing is
Dude, I saw people talk about whatever the hell Netflix announced.
Yeah, I haven't seen it yet. Oh, I forgot to do the react. I was gonna say, like, oh, I could do a reaction to the JoJo, like, thing. I forgot to react to the new Limbus Company IDs. I'm stupid.
Oh no. Anyway.
Anyway,
Dude,
yeah. I will say...
I will do reaction videos of the JoJo's things. I don't know if I said that I would on the
You
stream
did.
when we
You
watched
did
it.
make a promise.
Yeah. I felt so bad. I was tired when that stream began. I
Oh,
did not have the brain cells to, like, do anything but go,
yeah. No,
Awesome.
like, it's really funny, like, right after, like, the next day, Alexia, like, in mod chat was like, "I'm so sorry, like, I promise, I am into doing the JoJo, it did seem interesting," like, and I was like, "Oh, no, it's..."
I felt so bad because you were like, "Do you like it? What are your thoughts?" And all I could think of was, I need to get through it.
True.
But it was fun.
No.
It was fun.
Yeah. Dude, I like... All I'm saying is, if it was weekly, this would be, like, the perfect... In my mind, these two episodes are, like, the perfect kickoff to, like, some of the themes in Part 7. Like, Confession, Desecrated Host, like, those who know, but, like, sadly, Netflix is doing whatever. And also, I reread the manga for, like, the parts. Dog, they made some changes that I'm not happy about. Like,
Dude, I got motivated to join the definitely watch the new JoJo's when they come out. Genuinely, partially because I found out that Poco Loco's stand is Hey Ya. Which is
you know
what's
like. You know what's so, like, infuriating for me? It should have been shown off. It should have been shown off. The stand literally appeared. Remember when he, like, rides the, like, dead, like, cow skeleton?
Yeah.
That literally is, like, the moment his stand is like, "Trust in me. Like, you are the luckiest in the world. Do not falter." And then Poco Loco's like, "All right," and then, like, falls over and then lands on the cow. But
Dude,
yeah.
I need to know, before we start this episode, one last JoJo thing. Are there edits of JoJo's where their stands actual music is playing?
Yes.
Because they
and they're so good. And they're so good.
Good. Okay. JoJo fan base is good.
Good. Oh my dude. I will say you are getting into the fan base at a great reason for, like, the like you're hitting like a parallel, like, point or whatever. I don't know what the word is, but, like, they have so many of those. Part 7 has not been animated since it came out in 2004, and the fan base around it has made so much fan stuff that, like,
Dude, I saw some people complaining.
Cheeky's like, "I hate you, Alex."
The anime of Double Run coming out, there would be a lot more women watching, and they would be like that and shit Gyro and Johnny. So I was like, well, I guess I have to ship them then. Fuck you.
Dude, it's crazy. They, like, removed, like, Sandman's sister. Like, I'm so mad with what they're doing with
Okay, I
Sandman.
think Cheeky might actually kill us if we don't start.
Okay, yeah, true. Yeah, we should start. But, like, I'm debating whether or not to make a video where I'm, like, I'm mad. But I'm not. It's great. But, like, they did do some things that I'm not too happy about. But anyways, it's the Magnus Archives time. The Magnus Archives. Timestamp.
Yeah, we're
the Magnus Archives.
Only 19 minutes in. That's a new record.
That actually is, I think. It's not
Rusty
fair.
Quill presents
It will be fair if you,
the
like, you know,
Magnus
got into it.
Archives.
The Magnus Archives.
Oh, and I'll give you the thing.
Oh,
Which-
I haven't done. Alright,
Yeah.
hold up. Let me pull up
Because-
the...
Episode 19. Confession.
Yeah, you also might want to have Canva open. Oh,
Yeah.
you do, but you might want to have it to look at because there's some fun
Yeah.
connections in these.
The Magnus Archives. Bleh. It felt like 2 hours. Cheeky, you were there for the last 10 minutes. Of course you don't understand anything. Harumph.
Statement of Father Edwin Burrows regarding his claimed demonic possession. Original statement given May 30th, 2011. Audio recording by Jonathan Sims, head archivist of the Magnus Institute.
The
Pause.
Magnus. Oh,
Statement begin.
What?
Has anything sounded familiar so far, Zach?
The London. The
Okay,
head
let's
Magnivist. Head Macklemore. Head archivist. Okay, let me see. See, I should not be the one pausing this.
I'm busy with Canva.
That's true. We should get Jay in here. Alexiel, you should see if Jay is available.
Statement of Father Edwin Burrows regarding his claimed demonic possession.
Is that the photograph, man?
What?
Look at
Which
this
one's that?
photograph. Every time I do it makes me laugh.
Who do you mean by photograph?
The guy that was the builder. The builder saw him and he looked like he came out of a photograph, and then he like showed up to the place and he's like, "This is my house." And then the guy's like, "Oh, okay, Lamau." And then he like disappears, and then it's like, "Oh, this was the place that he kept the like wayward like children." And then
you're thinking of Raymond Fielding.
oh.
I think. Well, you look at if you can find Raymond Fielding, you'll be able to see on Canva. You'll be able to see, if that's the guy you're thinking of, because it might be a different guy.
Raymond Fielding. I joined, but I don't want to put up with JoJo fans. I will say it is. I will say Cheeky. It is the most fair for, because like, it. I have not played 999 yet, so like I can gaslight Alexiel into doing this. I skibbity toilet.
Yeah, TMA streams will be going on a hiatus for the period of time that you're doing 999. All streams are going on hiatus until you finish 999.
Oh no. You got flamed online for saying you've never watched JoJo? I mean, that's true of, like, any fan base. I got flamed online for saying I never played 999. After saying that I would play 999 for, like, 2 years. I'm mad I never get stuff. Well, that might change soon, Cheeky. We'll just see. We'll see. I don't know whose name I'm looking for. I already forgot. Anyways.
Raymond Fielding is who I think.
Can
you're
I, like,
talking about.
Control F? Oh, I can!
Yeah, life changing.
Raymond Fielding. Nurse at the hospital was staring at the nurse Lived in Hilltop Road. Yeah. Wait, hold up. Raymond Fielding, owner of Hilltop Road. Is this the priest?
What do you mean?
Hold up. What's the priest's name? Trying to get my headset to cooperate with my laptop if possible. Oh, we're not in like VR, Lamp Black. This is like Warudo. Sorry about that. Yeah, this is just the 3D. I'm not like I don't got the like full energy for VR today, sadly. I'm sorry.
Statement of Father Edwin Burrows.
Edwin Burrows. That's not Raymond Fielding, although they have like the same iconography that their last name brings up. Edwin Burrows, Catholic priest, said Annie, the nurse, came over to exorcise the place. There was a demon. Ivan Lenski worked in construction. Yeah, this is the guy. Yeah. The like. Yeah. Yeah, this was the guy that I was thinking of. But it's not the guy that I was thinking of. It's a different guy from the story I was thinking of. Ah. You changed it to already and now again? Why different? What do you mean? We keep changing it, yeah. You literally have to set a deadline? Oh, no. Yeah, that one.
There's already a thing for this guy. Yay.
What? Also, how is the audio, chat? I always have to ask that, because sometimes the audio decides to...
That is the wrong guy. That is Devo Lindsay.
There's already a guy. Alright, let me play the story.
Regarding his claimed demonic possession.
Demonic possession.
Original statement given May 30th, 2011. Audio recording by Jonathan Sims, head archivist of the Magnus Institute. London. Statement begins. Thank you for coming. I know this can't have been easy to arrange, and I appreciate the opportunity to make my statement. The prison service probably didn't make it easy for you. They're understandably hesitant.
He's in
to give
prison?
anyone extended access to me in case I get violent. But I'm very glad they made an exception for you.
Oh, because he's the demon.
At least assuming that you're real. I hope you're real. But maybe it's that hope that's being used against me in a cruel joke. Or maybe the joke would be that I would let that doubt cost me my only chance to tell my story.
The jokler.
Either way, I choose to make my statement, and if you're not real, then hopefully no harm done. We'll get to the cannibalism, of course, but first I just want to provide some context. I don't know how much you work with the church in your institute. You may be surprised that a man of the cloth such as myself, however far from grace I may have fallen, would
just like
enlist
the
aid of
index.
an organization dedicated to studying the paranormal. Well, to be honest, it's generally kept quiet, but the Catholic Church is not against belief in the supernatural outside of the official doctrine. Demons, ghosts, black magic.
Yeah.
It's generally up to the individual
That makes
how
sense.
much they believe in these things, and I believe that very much of what you research is real. Dangerous.
Yeah, like this makes sense to me, because like if you are like part of the church and it's like, oh, the supernatural, that would just be like, oh yeah, like the devil's like doing stuff, Lamau. Like we gotta stop him. Like that actually makes sense. Like it's kind of like how it's like the inverse of how John Magnus is like dismissing everything as like, oh, it's not real. They were just hallucinating. Into like, oh yeah, it's black magic. It's created by the devil. Duh. Like obvious. Like that makes sense, yeah.
But real. I've always seen the devil's work as a very tangible thing, and those priests who might speak of them as metaphor or symbol are, I fear, often placing themselves and their parishioners in a position of peril. Sorry, this is becoming a homily. It's just been some time since I've had a chance to express myself like this. I almost don't care if it is on one of its phantasms. So it was only natural, I suppose, that it was
Hair went down my
early in
back, and I thought it
vocation
was
as a priest
spider.
that I trained as an exorcist. It's not something all that special, really. Every diocese should have a trained exorcist available, or failing that, a bishop can do it, but 9 times out of 10, the duties of an exorcist are to recommend a good psychiatrist, doctor, or substance abuse program, and bishops don't usually have the time for that. I was an exorcist for the Diocese of Oxford when all this happened. I trained as a Jesuit, so I was used to moving about a lot, but I was at Oxford from about 2005 right through to my arrest in 2009. There were 2 exorcists in the diocese, myself and an old Augustinian by the name of Father Harrogate. I would ask as a favour that you not follow up with him.
They're gonna follow up with him.
What happened to me, and
they're gonna follow up with
would,
him.
I think, be upset by any reminder of my actions. In my time, I have performed just over 100 exorcisms with varying degrees of success.
Dude, the demons hate him?
It was relatively rare that it felt like much more than a blessing or a prayer. It still helped in most cases, but as one of the most common types of possession is not the exorcist style of speaking in a demonic tongue and floating off the bed, but rather that of an unnatural depression, it was often hard to be sure. It is difficult to say how many were devout believers who came to us with a very natural depression and simply preferred to look to the church than to counselling or medicine. Even those were helped to some degree, I believe, even if only as a placebo. On a few occasions, though, I did encounter things that served to firm up my belief in the devil and my faith in I'm sorry. It won't let me say the words. It won't let me.
Huh? It won't let me say the words.
He's trying to say my lord as in Lord God.
Oh, okay. Also, hello, Pleasant Lemon. It won't let me say the words.
And simply preferred to look to the church than to counselling or medicine. Even those were helped to some degree, I believe, even if only as a placebo. On a few occasions, though, I did encounter things that served to firm up my belief in the devil and my faith in
The devil.
I'm sorry.
Lord.
It won't let me say the words. It won't let me pray either. But I hope I will not be judged too harshly for it on the final day. As I was saying, there were times when I felt things pushing back.
That would be
I was
crazy.
once cursed at in Sumeria.
That would be crazy if, like, you get possessed by a devil, and, like, it makes it so you physically can't pray.
I know,
But then
right?
you're still, then it's still like, oh well, sorry, you didn't pray. Like, you should have prayed. But like that was like you couldn't have done that.
Dude, I was scrolling through comments on this episode, and I saw someone who was Catholic, and they were like, "This is terrifying."
Yeah, like I feel like there's no way you can't just be like, oh yeah, like yeah, you couldn't have prayed. Like,
I think
the demon.
I think any god worth praying to would understand that you are under circumstantial.
Yeah.
Like.
Yeah. This is an Old Testament god kind of thing to do. I don't know. I'm
sure if your god is worth anything, he'll forgive you for this one.
Yeah. Basically, the way that I'm trying to live my life is, like, if I get into... Like, this is, like, a weird tangent to go on, but, like, it kind of relates. Like, if I go to heaven, that's good. If I end up going to hell, that's also good, because that means that, like, the amount of people... Well, it's not good, but, like, relatively speaking, the amount of people... If I end up going to hell, the amount of people that are in hell are, like, much greater than the amount of people that are in heaven. That's kind of, like, my perspective on, like, life and stuff like that. And, like, how I theoretically want... Because, like...
You're gonna unionize in hell. Well,
like, I prefer, like... I, unironically... I don't know how to like put this into words, but I unironically think the closest thing I have to like a nameable belief, because I'm agnostic, okay, not atheist. I do believe there is a form of a creator. I think people that are atheists that are like, oh, you should just like agnosticism is the coward's atheism. That's not true. Atheism is the coward's agnosticism, because like you're saying that there's nothing. That's crazy. You're not even going to be like, oh, well, there might be something. I think the closest thing I get to an organized belief system is what I like to call Dantaic Christianity, which is basically just like I kind of think that Dante's Inferno might be real, because like if you think about it, like it makes a lot of sense. It's like, dang. I think he did that. I think
That's crazy.
I think he kind of did that, chat. Because like think about. Yeah, I think he did that.
Dude, I'm so different. I'm an atheist. I believe if there is something, then it's like either beyond our comprehension, and I don't see why I would worship something that's beyond my comprehension.
Yeah.
Or it's like maybe that, and if there was a god that was like just some guy, I wouldn't want to worship just some guy either. So, and I also don't think there is something that's just some guy.
Yeah.
Oh,
sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that. Yeah, I think that if it is some guy, the closest it can, like, in my mind, the like best case scenario, considering all the like the context from the way that the world works now, not even like past context, just like the context from the way the world works now. In my mind, the best case scenario is that we have a scientist, we have an experimenter, like we have a tinkerer, basically, a god that does not have a morality, and just simply exists to, or we simply exist to have things happen to us, and then the god just kind of like collects the data, and we're all like super fast forwarded. Like the that form of the god is like kind of like slowed down, and is just like we're like, it's like playing The Sims on like times whatever speed, and just like every like million years they like kind of like change a variable. Like, what if we give this animal species consciousness? Boom, and then that's like humanity. Like, what if we did this? Boom. It's, in my mind, it's either that or the universe itself is trying to gain consciousness.
Yeah, that's fair.
Which is, yeah, because I don't want to get like political, or like I don't want to like make anyone feel bad by like potentially like saying something about their belief, but I know there's like the whole like you're supposed to be God fearing, but I kind of have this like inverse of that, where it doesn't make
Seal's ancestry.
Huh? I don't
Sorry,
know.
I'm watching the stream in the back, and Seal just did the craziest thing with their hands.
Oh no. But yeah, like I don't know. It's like if God is
that
gonna
does
punish
have crazy
me.
reincarnation takes.
Yeah, I'm terrified of reincarnation. That's
No,
like
that
I
makes
would
sense.
rather go to hell. Actually, unironically, hell is like I like it in like the top half of afterlives that I'd want to go to. I'd be like, yeah. Where there's a lot of things that I would not want to do, and instead want to go to hell. I feel like if we were created, we're a moldy sandwich forgotten in the back of a fridge. I just think that we're kind of like, I think we're applying morality to a being that is amoral, and we just can't understand an amoral being, because I don't believe this is the like thing that's gonna potentially tread on some like
No, it's
like
okay.
hot
That's also
waters.
something more controversial afterwards.
I don't think that it is possible for a god, given the context of the universe we live in, to be both all-powerful and all-loving. I do not think that is possible. Like,
Yeah.
like, how can you be all loving when you, like, and I
Yeah,
know
classic,
that the thing is, like,
I don't remember who made
Satan's the one that, like, does this,
the
but, like...
philosophy, but there was, like, an atheist back in the days when it was, like, dangerous to be an atheist, was like, there is a God that's all-knowing, and all-powerful, then it's, like, evil.
Yeah.
So why... which, yeah,
like,
fair
because,
enough.
like, I just, like, think it's crazy that, like, I know, like, free will, but, like, free will doesn't, like, give a newborn child, like, cancer. Like, that's like,
Yeah.
a choice of, like, chance, chaos, divinity.
Yeah.
I think that, and even if that is, like, oh, that's the devil doing that, if you're all-powerful, you're letting the devil do that. Like, it's, I don't know.
And also, if you gave people free will to do everything, but then you're punishing some people for using their free will, but not others.
Well, that's understandable. I can, like, fundamentally understand that. It's just that does kind of say, hey, not all loving.
But it'll be like, oh no, he doesn't need to punish evil billionaires for doing evil billionaires things. Well, you deserve it. Yeah. Deserve to get, like, cancer because you didn't do the dishes. It's
you didn't do the dishes.
Yeah, my controversial take is, I think everyone should be able to believe and worship whatever they want, but I do think every time that it becomes like a government thing,
yeah,
it's just doomed.
Yeah, like, if you believe in a thing, I think that's good.
Yeah.
I think belief is individual belief is good. Once it starts affecting other people, then it just makes people mad. Like,
every time I see someone, like, say that, they'll I keep seeing people say, yeah, every, like, organized religion, when it's, like, put in power, turns evil, except for Buddhism. Not true. It happens with Buddhism too, guys.
I don't know. We are a very tribalistic species, and I feel like most things, religion is one of those things we become very tribalistic about, which then...
we just kind of have to figure out a way to, like, channel that energy in a way that's not evil.
Yeah.
Dude, I've seen, like, Cheeky, that conversation happened 5 different times.
Yeah. In the end, though, ultimately, the presence or lack thereof of a god isn't much of a presence in my life. Yeah. Ultimately, I think as long as you're, like, doing good, and, like, realistically, good is subjective. Morality is subjective. Like, as long as you're doing good, you are living, in your own mind, you are living a fulfilling life. Like, even if that good, other people think is not good, if we're talking about, like, self-fulfillment, then as long as you're doing good that yourself you think is good, then you're, I don't know. I don't know what I'm saying. Anyways, yeah. I'm extremely uninformed, and even I know that's not true. What's not true?
I was thinking about how people would say that, like, any religion can be used for evil when it's, like, sufficiently large, right?
Except for this one.
Except for Buddhism. Not true, guys.
Not true. Yeah.
I just don't see how there could ever be any issues with the religion that says if you're a bad person in this life, then in the next life you'll be disabled. How could that ever lead to any issues?
Oh, yeah, that's... Yeah. Ugh. That's...
And this isn't even getting into, like, genocide. But anyway, the episode of the Magnus Archives.
This is not even... Well, I guess this is the confession episode. So, like, we're confessing.
True.
You know, I'm a... I don't know. I don't know what would define what my beliefs are. Because, like, besides, like, I don't know, agnostic, it's like...
That's okay. You don't need to, like...
I don't know if there's, like, a creationist or, like, Calvinist or, like, I don't know what the word would be.
I mean, if you don't have a word for it, that's fine, because it's, like, a personal thing. Yeah. I feel like everyone has their own interpretations.
I don't know. I, like, still, like, talk to God sometimes. I'll be like, hey.
Dude,
And then like, that'll
I do not
be it.
believe in God. Occasionally, if I'm really desperate, I'll pray.
I see, the interesting thing is, besides the time when I thought I was literally dying, and I'm like, well, I better confess my sins just in case.
Yeah, and I was like, try not to get religious OCD about that, Zach. And you're like, nah, it'll be probably fine.
But like, besides that, I don't usually talk to like the divine when like something bad is happening. I usually just like think about it, and then I'm like, oh hey, like what's up? How's it going? Like I don't know. I'm just like very like casual about it. Like if God is like the Christian God, they're probably like fed up with me because I'll just like the only like prayers they get is like me just like randomly. I'll be like, oh hey, like what's up? How's it going? How are you doing? Hey, I'm chilling.
I will say one thing that really told me that we have grown up in vastly different environments, religion-wise, is when you're like, oh yeah, and everyone's like, oh, you need to be God-fearing. I've never had. I know that's a take that people have. I was not raised in that sort of environment.
Yeah. I don't know. Actually, if we want to, before we get into the episode, and I promise we're getting back to the episode.
Yeah.
If we want to talk about like my environment, it is very interesting. My mom is Christian, and my dad is. I don't really know how to like describe it well.
Is your dad a rationalist?
No, me and my dad had like the reason why this is so fresh in my mind is me and my dad had like a very like long like religious like debate, I guess, the other day, and like we talked about it. So basically my dad believes that all the gods are real and they all exist at the same time, and they all exist solely to get worship.
Okay, yeah. That's a belief I've had before.
Yeah. And so I was like, okay, so like they're not gods, they're just spectators. And then we had like a whole conversation about that, and I'm like, okay, well, like who created the universe? And it's like, I don't know. And I'm like, yeah, well, there's got to be like the first one or whatever. And I don't know. It's an interesting. I don't know.
Did your dad believe in Russic, whatever's basilisk?
No, that's me.
Oh my god, Zach.
Dude, I like have free will, and I've decided to do. I've just been like, you know what?
If it's just something you've decided,
you need to make the basilisk check. Well, like I don't know. I just like learn information, then it scares me.
Dude, it drives me crazy. It's pretending that there's only like 4 outcomes. There's so many more outcomes.
True.
Okay.
Anyways, the Magnus Archives. Sorry to like. Hopefully, we haven't driven anyone away. Anyways, we're the Magnus Archives. I used to believe in the Greek gods until people shamed me out of it.
Oh, that's sad.
Yeah. Dude,
made you happy.
Yeah.
Then it's like.
I can't. Just like one little side thing. I can't believe they were like being like, yes, Zeus is the best god. Anyway, he did all these horrible things.
Dude,
it's like what?
I don't think people worshipping the Greek gods worship them in quite the same way as.
Oh yeah, they were like scared.
God. I don't think there's any. Yeah.
I'm sorry. It won't let me say the words.
The words.
It won't let me pray either. But I hope I will not be judged too harshly for it on the final day.
I hope so.
As I was
I
saying,
hope you
there
won't
were
be either,
times
yeah.
when I felt things pushing back. I was once cursed at in Sumerian by a young man who was utterly illiterate, and had the names of my childhood pets thrown at me by an old Jamaican man.
Huh?
I will admit that there were times that I have been very afraid of what I was trying to remove. But I always had faith in Jesus. None of it prepared me for what happened on Bullingdon Road, though. That was something else entirely. I was doing some work at the Catholic chaplaincy in St. Allgates, generally trying to help the spiritual well-being of the students who came to us, when Father Singh, one of the other priests working there, came to me. He said he had a student from St. Hugh's asking after an exorcism.
St. Hughes.
And wanted to refer her to me. I told him of course, and he set up a meeting between us. The student's name was Bethany O'Connor, and much of what she
That's
told me
familiar.
was under the seal of confession.
That's familiar. Bethany O'Connor. No, it's not.
Right, O'Connor. I genuinely don't know if she's come up before.
Oh, maybe maybe I'm crazy. The moon is the thing we'll get closest to a tangible god. That's fair. I don't know why I voice cracked there. The moon's... I like the moon. We like the moon.
I mean, Rose.
Because it is close to us. Dude, I didn't properly worship, but I'll never forget crying when I turned 14 because I couldn't join the For Real Hunters of Artemis according to Percy Jackson rules. True. Percy Jackson if it got a good movie adaptation. Anyways.
Something I will not break even now.
True.
So suffice it to say she believed that she was no longer in control of her own mind. Even as we talked, she spent much of her time looking around or staring into my eyes with what I can only describe as pointed suspicion. Bethany told me that her will was still her own, but she could no longer trust her senses, and had found herself doing much that she did
Cleanliness
not
is close to
understand.
loneliness?
I remember one moment very clearly in our second meeting, I believe.
We got an infinite.
We were taking a walk around the botanical gardens, as she said it calmed her when talking of her problem. She reached into her bag, took out what appeared to be a small slab of stone, slate I think, and started to lift it to her mouth, as if to eat it. I asked what she was doing, and she stopped, looked at the rock she held in her hand, and threw it away before bursting into tears. She told me that it felt like something was in her head, changing what she saw and felt and thought. I asked when this had started, and she told me it was after she had moved out of her college halls and into a house on Wollongdon Road with her friends.
A house?
I suggested that perhaps it had something to do with the stresses of entering second year, but she insisted it was something to do with the house.
The house?
Finally, after several discussions, I agreed to look over the house and perform a small blessing in case there was anything wrong with the place, spiritually speaking.
Dude, this is the episode with the
It was a cold
house.
morning in December, near the end of Michaelmas term.
Dude, we could have done the Blueprint stream if Cheeky was here. Can't believe
Dude,
it.
we're not doing a blue stream.
The Blueprints
While
Magnus
you're doing Magnus
Archives.
You will not be able to focus on either of them, and both of them require focus.
Alright, you should join one of the Blueprint streams, though.
Okay, I'll
And
join
so should all the
Blueprint
other
stream.
Magnus Archives viewers, because it's really good, and it's cool.
Dude,
it's like,
guys, it
it's
was
great.
crazy. Zach and Cheeky were trying to sell me on joining a Blueprint stream so that I could take notes, and I was like, "But it's a puzzle game, right?" Yeah, there's so many, but I don't like puzzles.
Oh no. But it's like the Magnus Archives. The 27th of March, do you remember that date? Yes, that's the day that the shelter from the 27th of March. I've never actually listened to the actual song of Shelter. I just heard like Siva Gunna remix.
Oh, that was nice.
But yeah, I like puzzles. Yeah, the hey, Blueprints. We missed a special. Oh wait, yeah, the 27th of March. Yes, I should have done LobCorp yesterday. You're so right.
Oh yeah.
That is my bad. I didn't wake
cool.
up until like so late in the day.
So you've got your sleeping schedule is crazy. You every single time you go to bed, you are risking it because you're always like waking up like 5 minutes before you need to start a stream.
Yeah. It's not great, but like, you know, I don't know.
Hey,
Anyways.
what can you do?
Anyways.
Term when I visited 89 Wollongdon Road. It was an old house, though not so old as to be unusual in that part of Oxford, and had clearly once been a small family house, now partitioned by the lettings agency to house as many students as possible.
Students.
Bethany told me that there were 6 of them living there at the time. I went
6
around the house
or
looking for
is
signs
shot?
of anything amiss, but found nothing that seemed out of the ordinary. She kept asking me if I felt any evil in the house, and I tried to explain to her that priests, unfortunately, don't have the power to simply sense the presence of evil.
Unlike
I didn't realize
Dante
how
Limbus
unfortunate
Company.
that was, at least not until we got to her room. It was on the first floor at the back of the house, and it was a long, thin bedroom, easily the biggest. It was adorned in typical student fashion with movie posters and flat-pack bookshelves. My attention was immediately taken by a large patch of wall where the wallpaper had been crudely hacked away to reveal the bare brickwork underneath. Written there, in faded blue paint, was a single word: Mentis.
Mentis?
I'd been out of seminary for some years at this point, and had never been one for the Latin Mass, but I still knew the word for mind.
Mind.
My
Mentis.
immediate assumption was that Bethany had painted it in some sort of mania, but looking closer I saw that the paint was far too old to have been done since she moved in. It looked more as though it had been painted on the wall and then covered up with layers of wallpaper over the years, until finally being unearthed by stripping it away. What was slightly more concerning was that watching Bethany pace around the room, following my gaze with some confusion, it became clear that she didn't seem able to see it. When I asked her what the word on the wall meant to her, she looked at me as though I was talking nonsense. It didn't seem like there was much more to be gained there at that point, so I performed a short blessing over the place, took some photographs, and told Bethany that I would have to come back later, once I'd looked into a few things. She seemed disappointed there wasn't anything more immediate that I was doing, but didn't try to argue. And so I left what would turn out to be my first visit to the house on Bullingdon Road, calling Father Singh to arrange a meeting the next day where we could discuss whether to attempt a full exorcism. It was at that meeting that I got a call from the hospital. Bethany had been admitted with severe facial lacerations and was asking to see me immediately. I made my way to the John Radcliffe as soon as I was able, and was surprised to see 2 police officers standing near her bed. I was met by Anne Willett, the nurse who Bethany had asked to call me. I knew Annie a bit already, as she had attended the church where I ministered, and I recognized her from the congregation. She explained to me that Bethany had apparently attempted to attack one of her housemates with a kitchen knife, and in the ensuing struggle had ended up falling headfirst into a full-length mirror, cutting herself very badly. I was, to put it mildly, somewhat taken aback. This was such an escalation from what Bethany had described before, and I was starting to fear that if I didn't manage to do something, the poor girl would most likely end up locked away somewhere. Annie was convinced that an exorcism was the only way, and so, finally, I agreed to do so. I had already got permission from the bishop, but that was before Bethany's hospitalization, and I would have preferred to discuss it with him. Still, it was clear she was getting worse, and I decided to take a risk and try it anyway.
Uh-oh.
It was a stupid risk to take. I was cocky and complacent, full of spiritual pride and an eagerness to test my faith against whatever was inside of Bethany's soul, not even considering that I might be risking it. Still, I have paid dearly for my hubris.
Hubris.
We waited until the police had taken their statements and left, and then I set up and began the exorcism. It went unusually. There was no resistance from Bethany, almost no reaction at all. And in many parts of the ceremony where, in my experience, there was usually a response, either from the demon or at least the victim, it was instead just silence.
Just like
She
how
stared at
she
me with
couldn't
a
see
look
the Mentis.
Almost seemed like pity. Annie just stood in the corner watching and clearly eager to help despite the fear I saw in her eyes. At last, Bethany locked eyes
Who's
with me
Annie?
and slowly shook her head.
Okay, so
I'm so
hold on 1 second. Pause. I
Huh?
need to. Hold on. What?
Annie, are you okay? Are you okay?
Are you okay, Annie?
Annie? You've been struck by a smooth criminal. Whoa! Is that the name of the demon? Because, like, we've never...
No, that's the name of the nurse.
Oh! I didn't remember that. I was like... I thought he was just, like...
He mentions that he knows this. Okay.
Oh.
Okay, you can officially look up Anna's name.
Annie.
Anna. He's
And...
calling her Annie because he's nice.
Anna, nurse at the hospital, was serving at Iva Nurse, Main Hilltop Road. Was asked if the man was Raymond Fielding. She said she'd lived on Hilltop Road in the 60s. The man called Raymond Fielding ran into them.
Ran it then.
In the hospital, staring at Ivo intently. Nurse asked if the man... She lived on Hilltop Road. I don't know why I'm at Lost John's cave. I was like,
Dude,
hold up.
that's awesome.
Okay, interesting. The nurse.
Okay.
Oh, the
I
nurse
just wanted to make
asked
sure
him
she
to
wasn't
come
the
over.
same nurse from a different hospital statement. But nah.
Interesting.
Oh, and while we're here, I can note down the name of the other priest because there's so much to type.
True. Has performed 100 exorcisms. Dude, that's like a Mr. Beast video. I performed 100 exorcisms! And then... that would be crazy. What if he did that? Okay. I don't know what I'm supposed to, like, figure out with Annie, but...
I don't know either, man.
It's just, she's there. Anyways.
So sorry, she said. It wants your faith.
It wants your faith.
Without warning, she began to convulse, thrashing in obvious pain. I tried to continue the ritual, but the doctors pushed past me, desperately trying to help Bethany as blood began to pour from her mouth. No reaction at all.
Oh,
There were
Bethany,
many parts
not
of the
Annie.
ceremony where, in my experience, there was usually a response, either from the demon or at least the victim. It was instead just silent.
It wants your faith.
As she stared at me with a look almost seemed like pity. Annie just stood in the corner watching and clearly eager to help despite the fear I saw in her eyes. At last, Bethany locked eyes with me and slowly shook her head. I'm so sorry, she said. It wants your faith. Without warning, she began to convulse, thrashing in obvious pain. I tried to continue the ritual, but the doctors pushed past me, desperately trying to help Bethany as blood began to pour from her
I don't know, if I was the
mouth when she had
doctor, like,
risen
maybe
in her
you,
time.
like...
In the end, they couldn't save her. Brain hemorrhage, they said. Probably from the blow to the head when she hit the mirror. They just hadn't spotted it. I was asked to leave in no uncertain terms. And the doctors made it very clear that I may not have been the one that hit her in the head. They held me very much accountable for her death. I was also given a very thorough dressing down by my bishop, who
Dude,
told
I don't
me
get it.
to take a step back.
Like, that, like, if anything, that's just coincidence. Oh, it was a brain hemorrhage from this moment, which means she's on a ticking time bomb
This guy
anyways.
performed an exorcism, and we think it's kind of bullshit, but we
like,
still blame him for her death.
yeah, like, huh?
Like, I think it... I'd be like, well, I don't think the exorcism did anything. It probably made her feel like, well, she was probably like, yeah, I'm getting it. Okay,
Yeah, at least she's
I'm
at
being taken
peace, you know?
seriously.
Yeah.
And then she died, and it's like, oh, he's not responsible for her.
Yeah,
having
why
a
would
fucking
he
brain
be
hemorrhage
responsible?
That you guys think you just missed when you were looking. So it's
Yeah.
you.
And leave the exorcisms to Father Harrogate for a while. Annie almost got suspended over the matter, but in the end was
How?
spared further disciplinary action as she had been simply passing on the wishes of the patient.
Yeah.
And for a couple of years, that was it. I felt a great deal of guilt over my involvement with Bethany's death, and I started to drink more than I had before. I was never, I think, in danger of becoming an alcoholic, as most of the priests I worked with had done work with substance abusers, not to mention the fact that priests are certainly not...
I just want to say that this is the exact type of person that becomes an alcoholic, by the way.
Yeah.
Like, it's
Yeah.
literally the, like overconfidence is like an insidious killer or whatever, like whatever the
Yeah, but
saying
Cheeky,
is.
I think his exorcisms was like waving his hand and like chanting Latin. He wasn't doing anything like crazy.
He was doing like backflips in the
Oh, Lamblak says it
office
could be
room.
the demon drawing suspicion in his direction.
Mm.
Ooh. This demon is... Oh.
The demon.
This demon is... Boy howdy, this thing's a demon.
Dude, what if he... Now I'm just... In the image in my mind is him just doing backflips in the operation room. And he's just like... That's his exorcism.
Also, his attitude of like... No, I was drinking more than I should have, but I don't think I was an alcoholic.
Yeah.
Because my co-workers would have realised I was an alcoholic.
Buddy, like, I
Man.
think that's how you become an alcoholic.
It's like, oh no, I wouldn't join a cult. I'm too rational. Not how it works. And also, my friends in this group that you say are a cult, they say it's not a cult. So.
I still think I wouldn't join a cult just because like
Yes, you would.
why? I don't know. It's like it feels like too much effort.
No, that's the thing though, Zach. They start with like, and it's like zero effort on your part, and then you get like really attacked. Like, it's like the way they recruit you is the recruiter will become like your bestie, and then they'll be like, "Hey, do this weird thing with me," and you're like, "Okay, that's a bit weird, but I'll do it because it's my bestie and it might be fun," and then it might be fun, and then. You have to go to the next one, and the next one, and then it stops being fun.
So kind
You
of
have
like
to go because
how you've gotten
made
me
friends
into
with
watching
that.
the Magnus Archives. Wait a second.
Yeah, exactly.
Wait a sec.
Except like instead
Except
of
the
making
not
you watch
the
the
it's not fun
Magnus
anymore part.
Archives, they
Because it's still
like
fun.
make you donate all your money to them.
Ah. The monetary archive. They're taking a monetary archive. It's like multi-level marketing. Well, yeah. It is. It's just that. Yeah, I see. I know that I wouldn't fall for a cult now because I've had all the opportunities in the world to like be like, man, look at these good investment ideas, and like I just have been like, yeah, but I don't want to like spend like
NFT
$1,000.
boy.
Okay, but like, all right, that was before they were like bad and like people knew they were bad.
Okay, so you join a cult if you weren't told that they were a cult. That's how everyone joins a cult.
Well, like, I don't know. I don't think I would.
No one, dude. You're jinxing yourself.
I don't know. Anyways. Cults are like pyramid schemes, basically. Dude, you know what's crazy? The people that built the pyramids, like, the people that, like, moved the stone, like, I don't think they, like, I remember, like, reading a thing, I don't think they were, like, slaves. Like, I think that, like, just, like, normal people did that.
The guys who built the pyramids were paid. They were paid pretty decently.
And, like, I'm pretty sure, like, they were also, like, the, like, priests also wanted to build, like, the pyramid. Like, if you were, like, high in faith, you would also just like be like, I'm gonna go build the pyramid. And
yeah, they got paid pretty well. It was like hard manual labor, but they got like paid enough that like they could like take breaks.
And it was like spiritually like whatever. And I remember I said this like in class in like 5th grade or something like that, and my teacher got mad at me because she was like, no, it had to be like slavery. And I'm like,
it wasn't slavery. We have the fucking payments.
Like
we have the fucking payment rules.
Because why would anyone build a thing if it's not slavery? And it's like, I don't know.
No, it's awesome. We have the fucking payment like tablets where they're like,
dude, this is
so
the
we like know their salaries. I think.
yeah. This is the same teacher who like I went to like a museum once, right? With my like grandparents. We like traveled like really far and like went to this museum, and it was like, oh yeah, this is what like the like indigenous peoples like did to like hunt down like different like things, and they'd run the things off a cliff and then they'd like do stuff. And I remember I shared that fun fact in class, and the same teacher was like, no, they didn't do that, because they were like very like conscious and they would like use every part of the thing. And I'm like, I just learned this from like this. I'm just saying what the museum told me. I don't know why you got to be like, no, you're wrong.
No,
this is not
call me
possible.
crazy.
Currently,
The thing
am
about
correct.
Native Americans like using every part of them, I think that's like a few tribes, of which there are many.
Yeah, it's like, dude, this teacher, like, I kept just sharing fun facts, and this teacher would, all of my, like, elementary school teachers always loved me being wrong for some reason, and it's like, dog, I'm just sharing fun facts that I learned.
Because you had ADHD and they
Yeah,
hated you because there's nothing a
neurodivergent
teacher
child
hates more than
versus
a
everyone.
child with a disability.
Yeah, they just, like, hated me for some reason, and it's like, dang. I remember one time, like, you know those, like, mosquito eaters or whatever they're called? Like, those, like, big things that, like, look scary, but they...
Antisus?
No, they look big and scary, but they can't actually like eat anything, and they're like chill. I remember one time.
Koalas?
No, a bug. It's a bug. It's a bug.
I don't know enough about bugs.
But like it looks big and scary, but it literally like does like nothing. I remember
That's
one
awesome.
time we like came back from like, I think it was like PE at the end of the day in like I think like 3rd grade. And then I remember like a girl had like one of the mosquito eaters like in her hair, and she was like freaking out. So I went to go take it out of her hair because, you know, that's the thing that like makes the most sense. And I like took it out and like went to go take it outside. And then the teacher got mad at me for putting it in her hair.
Oh my god.
Which is like, huh? Like she thought that I put it in like the bug is called a crane fly, yeah, and I'm like, what did I what like
Lampblack also had the experience of teachers hating them for being neurodivergent and minor.
yeah.
I had a slightly different experience. Most of my teachers like didn't really acknowledge me. I was a pleasure to have in class, but the teachers that did have an opinion on me loved me. It's just that all of my peers hated me.
Yeah, I think everyone just kind of hated me. Dude, there was like
Yeah.
the amount of times that I was like I had the same thing happen with like different teachers where I would get pushed in line. I wouldn't even like bump into the person in front of me. Like, or I guess like maybe I did because like I was like, you know, pushed. But like for some reason, even though it's very obvious that the person behind me was the one that pushed me, and like everyone else can kind of attest to that, the teacher would like flip out at me. Like I remember I got sent to another class for like the entire rest of the day, and I just remember I was like crying the entire time. And there was another time when like the teacher was like a different teacher was like leaving the school, like, and she was giving away all these like toys, and like each student could pick one toy. And then, like, that happened as well. And then the teacher was like, well, now you're not getting a toy. And I also just started, like, crying. And then I was, like, the last one to pick. And it was, like, kind of, like, out of pity. But it's crazy that, like, people will just, like, believe, like, people that aren't me.
They will make up, like, how they think you will act in their head. And then just...
And then, like, I don't even act like that. I'm just, like...
Yeah.
I just exist. My peers also hated me for being neurodivergent. It didn't escalate to violence, but I was constantly bullied well into high school. Yeah.
Yeah. I dropped out of high school because I was getting bullied crazy bad.
Yeah. I remember elementary and middle school, it was pretty bad. But then high school... I don't know.
Yeah. In my memory, infant school, which is elementary school for you guys, was okay. Primary school, I was actually also okay, but about 50% of the time I would be friends with this one kid, and the other 50% of the time he would be bullying me.
Oh, no,
so-
the same thing happened. The exact same thing happened.
And
I don't even think it was 50% of the times I would be friends. It's just like I didn't have like a place to go.
He was
so
like my
I was
only friend as well. But
yeah.
I mean, I think I was content for most of it. I don't think I was getting bullied like crazily bad. Fucking high school was crazy.
Yeah.
First of all, I dropped out because I was getting bullied so bad, but then they called me like in for a meeting to discuss how I was dropping out. And the fucking teachers talking to me dropped this insane bombshell that the majority of the bullying was done online. I didn't have a single person's social media.
That's crazy.
I didn't know about any of this, and they were like, "Yeah, the majority of it was online. Do you want to see it?" I said no.
That's insane. I like built up a defense mechanism where
Actually, I gave my Tumblr at the time to 2 random people. I don't think either of them showed it to people, but every now and then I wonder. But it was a bit crazy.
I also like didn't have like social media, but like one of the defense mechanisms that I did as like a thing was I would try to become friends with the teachers. And like low key it's kind of the strat, because then you can like socially manipulate them into like
Dude, it's great if you have a teacher who likes you and hates everyone else. You can just hang out in their classroom.
Yeah.
I had a teacher who I was like one of her favorite students. She was quite strict. Like she'd like go into other classrooms if she noticed someone hadn't done their homework in her class, and
that's crazy.
At that time they're in a different class, and like lecture them. I don't think I ever got in trouble with that from her. But she did compare me personality-wise to Jane Eyre from the classic book, and I did not read that until like last year, where I read a bit of it, and then I was like, wow, this character is really like generic. And then Cheeky read it and said, this character rules. What do you mean she's generic? She's got a very strong personality. I was like, oh gosh, I must really be like her then.
Oh no. But yeah, dude, I'm really bad at math. Like, I genuinely think I might have dyscalculia. Like, if you guys think that I can't read words right, I genuinely read 3-letter numbers, the last 2 digits inverted. And like other things like that. Like
Yeah, you should get yourself tested for both dyslexia and dyscalculia.
Yeah, but basically I had this statistics teacher, and he was like he had like a bunch of really cool, I've probably told this story before, but I'll just like keep it quick. He had a bunch of like really cool like life stories and stuff like that, and he liked to talk about it. And this was like a class, none of the other students really like wanted to be there. Like this wasn't like a higher like, oh, this wasn't like advanced statistics or anything like that, where like the students there want to learn. Like everyone basically was like, I have to do this class because it's a requirement, and I don't actually care about what I'm learning. So my goal was just to keep the teacher talking for as long as possible, so that they wouldn't be able to cover all of the material, so that they wouldn't be able to put it all on the homework, and then so like that would snowball. And I wasn't like lying to the teacher to be like, oh wow, that's so interesting. Like this guy genuinely was like, had a very interesting, like a bunch of stories to tell. And so I would just do that, and it was great.
Hell yes.
So the kids loved you in that class? No,
year,
they didn't. I don't think they
teacher,
realized.
Because I'm trying to get a bachelor's, which good luck to me.
Good luck.
You'd think it would be easy because it's illustration, and it is, but unfortunately, I'm apparently a lot more disabled than I thought I was, and also, on top of still not being on ADHD meds yet, I one of the organs in my body
Oh
is like
yeah.
acting up, and I recently came to the epiphany that that's probably affecting the rest of me as well. So good luck to me.
Good luck.
If worse comes to worse, like I'll repeat the year, I guess. But but the point is, last year my teacher was telling this insane story about when he was like a young adult. He like snuck into Greece and then had to get himself out of Greece, also illegally, by like hiding in someone's car and then like fucking climbing onto a ship without anyone noticing.
Dog.
And then he was just on the ship, and then the people on the ship saw him, and he started making money on the ship by drawing portraits of them, and they pay him for that, and that's how he managed to get out of Greece illegally.
It does kind of suck that you can't do stuff like that anymore.
I know,
like, right? That's like the world that like pre-internet, like you could just do stuff, and now it's like if you did that you'd be like in jail, and it's like that's stupid. I want to illegally enter Greece.
Dude, that guy was rude because he clearly lived a fucking crazy life. Just like he just clearly liked to explore or whatever. But he was like really nice to us, and all of us are like crazy mentally ill, and some of us like also like have physical disabilities. It's crazy. He's just like, yeah. He's like, yeah, I understand. When I was trying to stow away illegally.
I mean, like, I feel like people. This is gonna sound like weird, but I feel like it's easier to talk to people who have like some form of like neurodivergency, just because like I don't know.
Yeah.
Like
it's a community for a reason.
Yeah, I'll be like talking to someone who's quote quote normal, and they'll just be like, "Oh yeah, I like do this," and
I
it's
had a
like,
normal time at
what are
school.
you talking about? Like, or not even like lived experience, but it's like, hey, like, what do you do for like fun? And it'll be like the most like generic thing possible, and I'll just be like, how do you exist? Like what? Like, I don't mean to like judge, but like how huh?
Like, I will say, if you find out someone has a hobby and you don't understand why, ask them more about the hobby, and then eventually you will understand why.
No, but I don't mean it like that. I mean, like, the hobby will be, like, something that, like, they won't have that, like, in-depth explanation. It'll just be like, oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Where it's just like...
Oh, yeah, I like to do this sometimes.
And then there's, like, no real reason that they like to do that. Like, they don't, like, it doesn't, like, evoke emotions. It's just like, oh, yeah, I just do this. And it's like...
I just do this sometimes.
Like, I get, like, oh, yeah, giving that as an explanation. But, like, people that are genuinely like, oh, yeah, I just do this. It's like, what? It's like, I don't... huh? There's no, like, more depth to that, like, decision to do this thing? I don't know. It just doesn't make sense to me. But yeah. Anyways,
I forgot about your sixth grade. Well, I didn't. Your sixth grade teacher, Cheeky. That shit was crazy.
Oh no,
dude. Sometimes students hate a teacher even more than they hate neurodivergent Mexicans.
True. One of my siblings got their teacher fired, so that's cool.
Oh, hell yeah. I hope the crime was funny and not...
No, they just sucked. And
cool.
I think we're racist.
Yeah.
Further context.
Dude,
sibling was like one of the like good ones. Like they like also learned the strat of like, oh yeah, be somewhat like nice to the teachers.
Yeah.
But like like they were also like friends with like a bunch of people from a bunch of different like racial and ethnic backgrounds, and the treatment of their friends was crazy.
Dude, yeah, I've been so polite to my teacher lately because I've been like, hey, sorry I didn't do the 1,000-word long essay yet. My organ failed. Not what happened, but, you know. I was in the hospital because my one organ had given another organ an infection.
Ooh.
And it was quite bad.
Yeah, that's... She framed me for real crimes? That's insane! She framed you for... Like, dude, okay. I've had, like... If I become a parent, like, what kind of parent would I be to, like, the teacher? Because very different, you know, scenarios. My mom is a teacher, so I understand that parents of children are sometimes, like, awful and horrible people. But I also was a neurodivergent child and am still neurodivergent, so I understand that, you know, if I have a kid, they're probably gonna... Like, if I'm as neurodivergent as I am, which people in mod chat know...
Can we talk... Will you be willing to drop the dosage that you're on for ADHD meds at the moment?
No. I will say I haven't gotten the new dosage yet, but I will probably, like, tomorrow or something. But
I won't get... Can I explain why it's so funny without giving a specific number?
Depends on what you say. Keep it on the lower side, but, like, or the down lower side, but yeah.
It's quite high.
Yeah. I have, let's just say it's more than what I started out with at, like, 10 milligrams. It is a quite high
You got here
dosage.
from 10.
Huh?
You got to the point that you're at from... Your starting point is 10 milligrams.
Yeah, my starting point
was 10.
was
And you've only
10.
been on them for, like, a year.
Yeah. Yeah.
Dude. How ADHD are you?
Yeah, anyways, that should give you... Alexkiel's reaction there should give you a kind of judgment of... yeah. Let's just say that it's a lot more than 10. Emphasis on the lot. But, yeah, so
Every now and then, for the past, like, year, every now and then Zach would just be like, oh, my dosage has increased. Oh, my dosage increased again, guys. Oh, it's up again, guys.
But yeah, I need a good ADHD med. Yeah.
I need to fill in a form so that I can get some ADHD.
Yeah, Alexiel, you need to
like
get
a month.
some.
I still haven't got... No, it's been like 2 months, 3 months, and I still haven't gotten around to it.
Yeah, that's ADHD for you.
Yeah.
But, what was I gonna say? Like, if I ever, like, reproduce, like, I know that my child will definitely have, like, some form of neurodivergency, especially considering the fact that I, like, have a harder time talking to people who aren't neurodivergent, so I assume that my partner will either A, have experience dealing with people who have neurodivergencies, or B, be neurodivergent, so I'm assuming if I do have a child, they're gonna be neurodivergent, so I have the, like, oh, my mom's a teacher, but I also have the, like, yes, I need to, like, probably defend my child.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm gonna be, like, the I'm gonna, like, be, like, annoying. And, like, I would be the parent that wouldn't be like, oh, if you do this, I'm, like, whatever. I'd just bring up, like, trial cases. I'd be like, yes, Board of Education v, like, blah, blah, like, what you're doing, stop doing to my child, because it's illegal. Also, one of the stipulations to me having kids is being financially able to do so. Which means that I most likely would just have money to do that. So, yeah, I'm gonna... Anyways, either the teachers will love me because I am very much willing to like support teachers and like show up to class, volunteer for field trips, all that stuff, or the teachers will hate me because they're gonna have to get a lawyer.
Dude, what you need to do for then, the strat is, because even parents can suck up to teachers and get their kids more liked. At the beginning of the year, you like send them a gift or something.
Oh yeah, no, I'm 100% gonna be the
then you're like, and please remember that my child has like neurodivergencies.
Yeah.
Please respect them and follow the plan. And then finish it with a smiley face if you want.
Yeah, no, I would definitely like I'm not gonna like lead with like, oh, you disrespected, like you did this to my child. I'm definitely leading with like, hey, like if you ever need anything, like I got this. Anyways, happy like Teacher Appreciation Week. Here's your like bunch of gift cards and stuff like that. Yippee. But then yeah, no, I like if you start doing what was done to me. Because, like, I don't even think my parents, like, knew about all this stuff. Because I, like, wouldn't, like, tell them. Or that they wouldn't understand, like, the, like, gravity. Like, maybe I would tell them. But, like, it's, like, I also went to, like, daycare. So, like, by the time that, like, it got to that point, it was, like...
Fuck, I just remembered a funny story from when I was being bullied. There was a time where, like, every time I left, like, at the end of the day, on God, there'd be this kid crossing the hall, and I'd be like, okay, time to divert my path so I don't crash into him. And every single day I would, no matter what I did. And I was like, I think he's like doing it on purpose. And my mom was like, I think you're like getting paranoid or something. Anyway, turns out everyone in my year group did hate me, so it was possibly on purpose.
What do you mean possibly?
I like to be an optimist. Okay.
I don't know, man. Like, that seems... Back to the 6th grade teacher. Neurodivergent hating teachers hated me in different ways based on whether or not I white passed in their eyes. That's...
Yeah.
Thankfully, I'm most... Actually, no. Well, thankfully, I don't know. I didn't have to deal with, like, racism, but, like... Yeah.
Yeah.
I will say, like, I definitely did pick up on, like, sometimes, like, hey, if you've got, like a student that's like not white, and you got a older white teacher, it's like sometimes it'll just be like, huh, this kid got in trouble, but this kid didn't.
Dude, there's like...
Is that gonna pretend they're racially ambiguous for anonymity? No. I just, like, didn't know if it was okay to say, like, oh yeah, I didn't have to deal with... I don't know. But yeah, no, I thankfully didn't have to deal with racism and being neurodivergent. I just had to deal with being neurodivergent. Dog, I remember they, like, tested me for, like, are you, like, like, a gifted, like, whatever student. And, like, they asked me, like, how a microwave worked. And, like, I explained how a microwave worked. And I remember that because one of the other kids that was in, like, the gifted student program was like, oh, yeah, we should have said, like, it goes beep, boop, bop, and it cooks your food. And I still remember that to this day.
Dude, I was in math club for a bit. That shit was awesome.
I was in a math club, too. And I remember that my daycare provider got mad at me for staying late in the math club and was like, where were you? I'm supposed to pick you up. Because my parents signed me up for the after-school math club, but didn't tell my daycare providers that I was in the after-school math club. I don't know how these things were my fault. Like, all I'm saying is, like, there are many situations that happened to me that I do not understand how I was the one at fault for. Anyways.
Okay, let's continue to the Magnus Archives.
Yes, yeah, sorry for the tangent, Magnus Archives viewers, but, I don't know. I'm neurodivergent.
Also, good luck with medicine and such.
True. Yeah. You were once IQ tested to see if I was too stupid to remember my homework. See,
oh my God.
That's, like, horrible. I think that, like, dog, if I could go back in time and, like, be my, like, current self and, like, see some of the teachers, I think I would just, like, I think I would like fight them. Like, I think I would like I don't. I know, like, there's this whole, like, thing about, like, forgiving and forgetting, but, like, dog, if I could go back in time as my current self, like, I think I would fight some people. And, like, I think I'd just, like, not the kids, but, like, the teachers, like, I'd start swinging. I'd start swinging.
Okay, that's pretty good. That's funny.
Joke's on them, I scored over 120. Yeah.
Sorry about your many memory disorders, but
Yeah.
hitting them with the 120 IQ after they try and prove that you're just too stupid
Yeah.
is pretty good.
I've never taken a real IQ test. I took one of the online ones, and I think I was like 112. But, like, I feel like people with, like,
IQ's fake.
ADHD, like, score better on, like, IQ tests. So, like, it is one of those things where it's like, oh, well, you're wrong. Like,
Yeah.
maybe the
IQ is fake. It is funny if you have a higher IQ than like someone who thinks that it's real.
Yeah. Well, I think the trick with IQ is not only is it fake, but it's like a really outdated way to measure usefulness
Yeah,
in
we have
society.
new fake ways to measure intelligence.
Yeah, so it's like what even is the purpose? It doesn't
There's new, more fun fake ways to do it.
Yeah. Like if you're alpha male or sigma male or like
Yeah.
delta
Or
rune.
Omega.
When the light is run. Anyways, let us continue.
There's a
Sorry,
phrase-
Magnus Archives viewers. We'll actually continue
No
now.
matter, but in the end was spared further disciplinary action as she had been simply passing on the wishes of
I
the
guess Annie
patient.
is okay.
And for a couple of years, that was it. I felt a great deal of guilt over my involvement with Bethany's death, and I started to drink more than I had before. I was never, I think, in danger of becoming an alcoholic, as most of the priests I worked with had done work with substance abusers, not to mention the fact that priests are certainly not immune to alcoholism and would have picked up on the warning signs. But they did express concern over the occasional disappearance of bottles of sacramental wine. At the time, I was sure it wasn't me. I preferred Scotch, and the muscatel wine they bought had never really been to my taste. But looking back, I can't really be sure what I was drinking. I know it's something of a jump from unwittingly stealing holy wine to my later crimes, but I'm trying my best to fit this into a relatively coherent narrative. Apart from that, the years passed uneventfully, and I was starting to feel like I'd put the whole affair behind me, until I got a call from Annie. She said that a gentleman had been admitted to the John Radcliffe after having some sort of scare in a house up on Hilltop Road. I explained to her that I wasn't performing exorcisms at the moment and said she should talk to Father Harrogate. She assured me it wouldn't need a full exorcism, and if I did, we could bring him in.
And the ones that didn't frame me for crimes, like publicly shamed me or made me pronounce every Spanish word in Esperanza Rising. Cheeky, that reminded me. I remember my 5th grade teacher. There were two, I forget exactly. I think Muslim students. 2 Muslim women in my class, and they both spoke what's the language, Alexiel? What's the language?
Sorry, I zoned out.
That like the I forget what the language is. Is it Islamic?
Arabic?
Arabic, sorry. Arabic.
Dude, I zoned out. You had no details. You said, what is the language?
They spoke Arabic, and I remember, the reason that I remember this is a substitute teacher came in and was like, that's crazy. There's no way the teacher did this. The teacher wouldn't let them speak Arabic to each other. One of the two was fluent in English and Arabic. The other one was partially fluent in English and fluent in Arabic. So, like, it was a thing to, like, help the other student out, and the teacher was like, no, you can't do that, because you might be gossiping about, like, other students. And, like, that's crazy, because, like, okay, we'll cross that bridge when we get there. I remember this because, like, one of the students tried to, when there was a substitute, tried to get two students in trouble, and the substitute teacher was like, there's no way that that's a rule, because that's crazy. And it's like, dang, yeah. Huh. That is crazy. This is the same teacher that said that the Egyptians building the pyramid were slaves, and also the thing about the indigenous people not pushing the things off the bridge. So I think she just had a specific worldview and stuck to it and would not be proven wrong. So... Literally profiling? Literally profiling. Yeah, like, yeah. Yeah. You think it might not be so bad, and maybe the teacher was trying to be informed, every other kid was white, but Esperanza Rising is one of those books that had Spanish words, every other word... Is that the rags... Is that the riches to riches to rags book? I think maybe... I, like, remember reading, like, the first chapter in class, maybe, and then I think we never touched it again. Yeah. Cheeky, your teacher was insane. Yeah, that is, like, insane. Like, it's crazy how racist, like, people were. And I'm not saying they aren't still, but, like, I feel like this was so much common pre-social media internet age. Like, now that basically every child has access to social media and can just literally be like, hey, my teacher called me, like, my teacher said I can't do, like, all this stuff, I feel like this has kind of died down a little bit, because now it goes from, oh, yes, what are you going to do, tell your parents about it, to, I could be fired for this. Which, you know, to be fair, I mean, if you're exclusively, like, racially profiling students, then... Not Esperanza Rising, House on Mango Street. I remember that. I read that in elementary school, in a class. And there is, like, an actual rape scene in it. And it is, like, I don't think it was, like, at least in class, the, like, reading about it was handled well, if I remember correctly. Yeah. I remember there's a chapter where a student's named Meme Ortiz, and I remember that very specifically, because that was, like, when I started, like, me and, like, other friends were, like, really into, whoa, memes, yeah! And I remember the person who decided to, like, who basically it was their turn to read the book. By the way, this person also hated me. Read it as Meme Ortiz, and I remember we were all like, no, it's meme, and then kept saying Meme, and I'm like, Also tried to accuse a teacher of racism because the teacher let the good students go, like the students who paid attention. This was a class where it was two different subjects. It was English and history, and the teacher that was supposed to be there at the beginning of the school year was not. So for about, like, half of the school year, it was different substitute teachers filling in until we finally landed.
Oh my god, I'm like your nurse, your school nurse got you to develop dermatillomania. That's awful. Hello.
Oh no.
Dude.
Teachers. Some teachers. I have to say some teachers, because, like, my mom's a teacher, and I don't want to, like, profile all teachers, but, like, dog, some teachers suck. I remember, but yeah, this was, like, a class where, like, we couldn't, like, we basically didn't have a professor for the longest time, and we basically kept swapping through, like, teachers and stuff like that. And this was, you know, middle school. This is at the point where I'm like, okay, I need to be nice to teachers and become their friend, or else, like as a defense mechanism. So I would, you know, be nice to all of them. I'd, like, help out with all of them. And I remember, I think the teacher was like, Mr. Coleman or something like that. Before the teacher, right, there was a substitute right before our permanent teacher came in. And basically one of the days he had all of the students that paid attention go to the library. And this is going to sound bad, but context is needed. The students that went to the library, it like, from the perspective, it like, the outlook isn't so good, but it was basically all the students, like, who actually paid attention and had, like a grades above whatever for, like, a project. And then the other people stayed behind and were taught by the teacher. Like, the teacher wasn't leaving the one. So it was to help the students that were more farther behind than it was to have the students go in. And it was basically all of the Asian students and me. And so that looks bad. That might seem bad. The context that is necessary is that the teacher was, Mr. Coleman was a black man. Like, that kind of, like, and I know, like, yes, he could still be racist. It would have been a lot worse if he was, like, white. Like, yeah. But the students that were left behind were basically, also other white kids, like the other white students. It was literally just, like, it was just the Asian kids and me that went in. Why do you have to bring up his race? Because, like...
She's joking about...
Oh, yeah, the slash, sorry. It's just, like... and so, our next teacher, Miss Kane, that was our permanent teacher, basically comes in, and one of the students that hated me, and I also hate back, and like, generational beef with this person. If I saw them today, I would still, like, hate them. But basically was like, oh, tried to frame the previous teacher as being racist because, oh, he only let the, like, he only let the Asian students go do this thing. And then I had to, like, stand in to defend, and I was like, okay, also I went, and I'm white, also you're white. Like we can calm down a little bit here. We can calm down. You and your friend didn't go, and okay, this individual...
This stream is going to be so fun to...
I'm so sorry, VOD watchers. It's so... No,
it will.
Race,
It'll be funny.
Race is a very complex issue, and I know as a straight white cis male, I am not in the place to be saying a lot of things that I might potentially say. However, this girl, visually and socially, was white. However, she had, or I don't really know the full family thing, but I think her father was black. And so, racially, she defined herself as black. However, visually and socially, she was not even mixed. Like, she, like, visually looked white. Right? So, she would position herself as if she was facing racial discrimination, as if she was socially black, while still just to, like, literally everyone was basically, like, white. And like...
To be fair, if she was in my area, that would still count as black.
No, like... Like, she...
My area was so white, like...
No, like, she was so white. Like, I know you've seen images of me, and that's not a good comparison, because I'm literally see-through. But, like, she was white. Like, there was not a, like, hint of, like, she didn't even look like... like Hispanic or anything like that, where it's like the like white, and then like she was white basically. She was I don't know. I'm bad at saying things, but like, so she positioned that as like the black teacher discriminated against me because I'm black and didn't let me go, when like it's she looked white to you but maybe not to others. It's difficult to explain. I don't know how to explain this without giving away too much, but people have different standards for different people. She was there were okay, all right, I guess this is a way to phrase it. She had a friend that was white, like not mixed, like just white. They had the same tone of skin. They had the same, like, there were no, like, racial, like, features that were not congruent with being white. I don't know how to explain this, but, like, you kind of just have to believe me. But, like, and if anything at all, the furthest that someone would take that while discriminating would potentially be being, like, Hispanic. If anything. Which just is further the... Yeah. That's fair, Zach. You do think... I don't think about whiteness a lot. Cheeky's putting me on blast because my hair is less blonde than it used to be as a child. And I, in my mind, have very blonde hair, and it's getting less blonde because I don't spend as much time in the sun, because if I spend time in the sun, I burn up because I'm a vampire. But I don't. I just want my blonde hair because that's what my image of myself in my head looks like. It is separate from, like, weird, like, I don't know. Anyways. I don't know how to talk about this stuff, Chad. It's hard to explain.
I mean, you yeah.
I mean, true, but, like, I don't know. One day I'll be able to drop more school lore, but I just don't want to drop too much school lore because then, like, I'm scared that I'll, like, I don't know, like, dox myself. I got crazy school lore, though. I have insane school lore. But yeah. Anyways. I don't know. Like... Oh, I will say, we did go to, one time during school, oh wait, same blondness? Yeah. Yeah,
No,
you,
yeah.
like, get less blonde. It's a scam.
Yeah. Same for me. I've just accepted that my hair is brown.
No, my hair's blonde.
Okay.
I don't know. But
no,
yeah.
Cheeky, I did break the news to Cheeky that she's in fact not white passing. Dude, it was crazy. Like, in our entire friendship, she's like, been like, yeah, I'm so white passing, no one can even tell. And then I met her, and I was like, no, you're not.
Oh, no.
No, you're not. And then she was like, okay, maybe that's just because maybe I just think that because I live in an extremely white area, and therefore can, like, tell if someone's even slightly not white. But then she was relaying this conversation to another friend of ours, and they were also like, no, yeah, I agree with Alex.
Oh, no. See, like, I don't know. I don't know why I had to interject myself in the conversation, but... yeah. You think about it every time you look in the mirror? Oh, no.
She was like, oh, but I'm white by Mexican standards.
I don't know.
It was pretty fun. I do see all the white.
Race is a very interesting construct, and it affects
It
a
is.
lot of things in our society. Also, I just want to say I don't know if this is like a controversial thing. This is coming from like my personal like brain. So this might be
Dude,
like
I thought the religious talk would be the most.
yeah, you thought that
controversial
would be
thing
the
about
most. Yeah. This might be like something that has been like co-opted by like people. I'm not speaking about it from that perspective. I'm simply speaking about it from like what I like know. Dog, I'm not Caucasian. Like, and I know that's like a like, oh, I'm white. I'm not Caucasian. No, it's just I'm not. I don't.
You're not from the area.
Yeah, I don't originate from the mountains of Caucasus. Like, I just
Yeah.
don't. I remember I had to fill out a form once, and then they didn't have like for school, and they didn't like I think it was for like a test, and they didn't have like I'm fine not being like white. I don't need the word to be white. I just am literally not Caucasian. That does not apply. It is a regional racial signifier, and my lineage does not trace from the mountains of Caucasus. So I objectively am not Caucasian. Which is why it's like, I don't want to choose that. And it's not because, like, oh, I want to be white or anything like that. It's just,
No, yeah,
I'm not
I get it.
Caucasian.
A lot of people nowadays who use Caucasian to describe themselves are like 4chans.
Yeah. But, like, I remember they, like, had me do a thing, and I'm like, I'm it's the neurodivergent, I don't want to put on the form that I'm Caucasian because I'm not. Like, it's
Yeah.
that's the issue. It's like this signifier does not apply to me. So I am just very unwanting to select this. But yeah. Speaking of the UK, I'm tempted to make some tea. True. I'm so sorry, Magnus Archives viewers. VOD watchers, I apologize. VOD watchers, make sure in the comments below, shout out what race you are. No, I'm kidding. Don't do that. Don't do that. I will say, if you want to share like a school story, that could be a cool thing. As long as it's like not like, traumatizing. Like, I can give a cool school story that's, like, not traumatizing, although I say that aloud, yet it's one of the things I remember. I remember it was my day to be the line leader. We had, like, each student could be the line leader, like, I think it was, like, twice a year, maybe, and you'd get in front of the line, and then, like, your name would be on the board as today's line leader, and it was my day to be the line leader, and we'd line up after recess, and I'd be the first one in line. And for some reason, the day that I was the line leader, another student came up and was like, no, today is my day to be the line leader. Can you guess who the teacher decided it was their day to be the line leader?
Oh my god.
Can you guess who the teacher sided with? Not me. And then, so they're like, oh, you're crazy, like, whatever. And we go in there and look whose name's on the board, under line leader. Me. And did I get to be the line leader the next day? No. Did I get, did they say sorry? No. Like, I just got my line leader stolen. And the only other time that I potentially even got to be the line leader is a day that I was absent. And there was a substitute. And so I never got to be the line leader. And I think the fact that I still remember this and still have a grudge about this is a reflection, potentially, that can be dived into of my own psyche. So take with that what you will. I once won an award for storytelling at school. I won my 6th grade science fair. That's actually, like, one of the things I still have, like, pinned to my wall. I won my 6th grade science fair. Like, not even for, like, the grade level. Like, we basically had my elementary did it where we each had a, like, grade level winner. And then the person that wins the entire science fair. I didn't win for the 6th grade. I won the entire science fair. for my entire school, which was a grades kindergarten through 6th. So I'm pretty goated. I'm pretty goated. To be fair, I had to do my science fair project on my, like, very, very rare, like, oh, we're taking a vacation to Disney. So, you know, it paid off. But, actually, I can share what the science fair project was. Alexiel, can you guess what it is?
No, I can't.
It was a study. Who is the happiest at the happiest place on Earth?
Oh, that's cool.
And you want to know why I
all
think
you're doing is I'm just messing around with a program.
Lamau. You want to know why I might have won potentially? You want to know who is the happiest that I've found from my data? Oh, did you say who?
Yeah.
Okay. Women age like 46 to like whatever, I think like 55. I think it was like white women age 46 to, I don't know if I did race, but like white women age 46 to 55. Can you guess what demographic the principal fell under? And most of the other judges? Fun. Whoa! I will also say it was a actual, like, we surveyed like 150 people, which is a lot more than, oh, I made a baking soda volcano. Dog, I used to love science. What happened to me? I had to actually do science, and then I was like, dog. It was so nice. Probably shouldn't say which grade. I won the national/state Christmas card contest. Yes, you should probably not say which grade. That is smart. I used to be in a club called Page Turners where we'd answer quizzes on stage for books we read. The Power of My Autism took us to country level multiple times. I never got, like, that big. I never did anything that had, like, country recognition. Did I? No, I'm not, did I? I'm trying to think of all my accomplishments. I won, like a thing for, like, a thing. Which, yeah, and I won money. I did, like, a thing where, like, multiple schools got together and had to, like, build a team. And it wasn't even a team of, like, your school, it was, I think there were, like, a bunch of different schools involved, and then each team was comprised of one member from each different school, and we had to come up with, like, an action plan for a very specific thing, make slides for it, make all this stuff, and then present the whole thing on stage, which, by the way, one of the moments where I realized that, wait a second, when I'm presenting in a group on stage, I can kind of just, like, say stuff, because no one else wants to say stuff. And I remember, I think I got either second or third place, which put me in the bracket to win. I think I won a $50 gift card, which is pretty cool. By the way, second or third place, where the first place winner was a student that had done that exact thing 3 times previously and had pre-made slides. So, basically, first to second place winner. Yeah, so, yeah. Anyways, we should listen to the Magnus Archives. I'm so sorry, VOD watchers. Say a story. Magnus Archives VOD watchers, if you've gotten through all that, you now get to share a story about your school that you either, like, one time, that, like, something you didn't like, something you did like, something you're proud of, anything like that, and I'll read it. So that's your guys' revenge on me. Anyways, let's continue. Your teacher bought you a plush once? That's goated.
Coherent narrative.
Alright, he's a cannibal, I
Apart from
forgot.
that, the years passed uneventfully, and I was starting to feel like I'd put the whole affair behind me, until I got a call from Annie. She said that a gentleman had been admitted to the John Radcliffe. after having some sort of scare.
My favorite pointless
in a
runner
house
characters,
on
they just
Hilltop
showed up.
Road.
Yo.
I explained to her that I wasn't performing exorcisms at the moment and said she should talk to Father Harrogate. She assured me it wouldn't need a full exorcism, and if I did, we could bring him in. But she didn't know or trust Father Harrogate, but just
Father
wanted
Harrogate.
my opinion. Finally, after a lot of pestering, I agreed to pay a visit to the house. It was late when I got there, and starting to get very cold.
I
The
love that
whole
you can see
affair
my
was beginning
hands,
to bring
too.
back some less than pleasant memories of my arrival at Bullingdon Road all those years ago. I was also a bit annoyed at Annie for not mentioning that the house was still under construction, not only making it unlikely to be the haunt of demons or spirits, but also meaning that the coat I had brought along would be somewhat inadequate against the chill in a house without windows. I knocked on the door and one of the builders opened it.
I got
I forget his
for
name, I'm
Emma
afraid.
and
Something
Noah.
Polish,
Okay.
I think.
Polish.
Or maybe Czech. He seemed confused at first as to why I was there, but I explained, and it turned out he was the one that had been treated by Annie at the hospital. She had not mentioned the builder's possible schizophrenia to me, and I began to fear that this may be a waste.
Wait, yeah, this was the guy that did the thing with the builder.
Yep.
The builder, the baker, the candlestick maker. I don't know what that's a reference to, but for some reason it's been in my head
So
recently. The butcher, the baker, the candlestick maker. Anyways.
Waste of time. Still, I had a look around and asked the builder questions about the place. He certainly did have an interesting story, but I was unsure of how much of it I believed. Eventually, I decided that I had seen enough and that there didn't seem to be any malicious presence here. The builder was looking at me in such a way as to make me hesitant to tell him that, so I decided I would at least give the place a quick prayer or blessing. I asked him to wait outside, though. Something in his manner was a bit off-putting, and I felt uncomfortable with him watching me like a hawk, as though I was about to vanish at any moment. He headed into the back garden, and I was alone in the house. I moved into the hallway and began to pray, praying for protection, and sprinkling holy water around from a flask I carry on me in these situations. As I spoke the words, I felt something alarming. I was starting to grow very hot, as though the room was heating up very rapidly. I looked around for the source of the heat, but the radiators hadn't been installed yet, and I couldn't see anything else that might have been warming the room. It continued, though, and soon I was sweating through my shirt. I began to cough, and I could smell smoke, even though I couldn't see any, or any fire for that matter. I fell to one knee and choked back a scream as I felt my skin began to crackle and burn. I began to pray again for protection, not for the place this time, but for me. As I did, I felt something answer me. And yet, I cannot stress this enough. What answered was not
It was not God.
God.
Oh, he said it.
It wasn't him.
God.
Something else answered my call for protection. I felt my lips move. They made no sound that I could hear, but I felt them form every syllable. I am not for you. I am marked.
Marked?
The heat slowed in its increase, but it did not stop. My mouth continued to speak for me when I heard the sound of a car engine outside and a great crash. Instantly the feeling was gone, as though it were never there, and looking out I saw the builder had managed to uproot a tree from the back garden. I sat there for a while, catching my breath. When he came back inside, I told him I had completed the prayers, and excused myself quickly.
Yeah, this is when the tree in the back does the thing while the guy goes out when the dude's praying inside. Wait.
Yeah.
Yeah. What did the tree do? What did the tree do? It had a little box, and it wasn't a sword.
Apples in it for some reason.
It had the apple. Dude, marked apple. Hold up, Sinclair Limbus Company. Dude, this is crazy.
Dude, wait till you hear the name of episode 26.
Dude.
It's called A Distortion.
Distortion.
It was the first time I had experienced. Statement ends. Unfortunately, this statement is...
Pause,
Okay.
pause.
Pause.
Now, what do you think John's about to say?
Lamau, this guy's a cannibal. That's what John's
You
gonna
don't know
say.
that. He just said that there was cannibalism, not that he did the cannibalism.
Well, he's in jail. Like, there's definitely, like, the allusions to cannibalism. Fresh green apple initially. Didn't it, like, molded, rotten, slowly decaying? Each pun on each line. Was it all worth pretending? They are no longer here. Oh, buddy. Our legacy. It's over. True. It's crazy that Friday Night Funkin' Annoying Orange mod, that like creepy, evil, annoying orange is the thing that made me realize, oh wait, Friday Night Funkin' songs might actually be goated.
Yeah.
Anyways, yeah. Let's see. Yeah, I don't think John Magnus is going to. They should make an. It's crazy that all the FNF mods in existence. Sorry, tangent, ADHD. It's crazy that all the FNF mods for like everything in existence exist, yet there's no Limbus Company FNF mod, and there's no Magnus Archives FNF mod. They should get on that. Maybe there is a Magnus Archives one. I haven't checked, but like, think about it, chat. What if they had the Magnus Archives, but as a Friday Night Funkin' mod? And he just would like say things, and he would bop, 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 bop. Because it's like audio already. SMTH sees cool Deltarune mod. True! Deltarune has a lot. They big fan base. I love Deltarune. I can't wait till Toby Fox. I don't know. I don't know what I can't wait till Toby Fox. I want Chapter 5. But, yeah. But we've already done Chapter 4. I'm stupid. Dude, it's crazy. I've been, like, looking at, like, I get Deltarune stuff in my recommended, because A, I've streamed Deltarune, and B, I like Deltarune. Dog, what do you mean the first Deltarune Chapter 1 came out 7 years ago? Or more than that? Because, like, I'm seeing videos from, like, 7 years ago, and it's like, what? Huh? First we Delta, then we Rune. All I'm saying, if you like Deltarune, definitely check out my Deltarune playthrough. Unironically, Cheeky can attest to this, unironically, has one of the top 10 Master Leader Zack streams in it. Actually, I don't know even what our list of top 10 Master Leader Zack streams is. I think that the list is probably like up to 20 now. But let's just say the Birth of Evil Zack is a great stream to watch, especially when you consider, I believe I streamed it like right after Chapter 2 came out, and people did, little spoiler, people, I think, figured out the Snowgrave route existed the night beforehand. So, let's just say I did something pretty funny. Deltarune Chapter 1 is as old as my relationship with my partner, Lamau. Dude, Deltarune Chapter 1... It's crazy how Deltarune Chapter 1 is like 7 years old, and Undertale is 10. Like, what do you mean? Like, what do you mean there was a 3-year gap between... I feel like Undertale came out, like, I don't know, like, a lot longer ago. It feels like it's been, like, 15 plus years, if Deltarune's 7. But I don't know. It's just... It's crazy. Like, because... Like, it doesn't make sense to me, but then, like, I like, line the timeline up, and it's like, yeah, okay, that might make a little bit more sense, but it still doesn't feel right. Deltarune is 7? Here, let me see. How old is Deltarune? Deltarune is over 7 years old, yeah. That's crazy. I will say, one of the things that I did in school, in the, like, computer class... when Deltarune came out, or not when Deltarune came out, just when it existed. Our school had a very, like, you know how, like, schools have, like, the secure, like, computer lab, you can't install anything? Basically, we couldn't install any programs. You wanna know what's funny about Deltarune? It's a .exe. It doesn't need to be installed. So, I would, basically, in class, I would installed also this was like a programming class or whatever. I wasn't good at programming. One of my friends who sat next to me was really good at programming, so they would finish their assignment. I would gasp, copy off of them. Shocking, guys. I can't do languages. I can't do like other languages, and program is literally just another language. So let's be so for real. At least I was submitting the work instead of like some of the other things that other people were doing. So I'd do that, and then I would try to speedrun Deltarune Chapter 1. Because it also couldn't save, because it couldn't... program files on the computer couldn't write other files, so it couldn't save either. So it would just be... just launch Deltarune, try to speedrun through Deltarune. And also the teacher for that class was a gamer, so he didn't care. But, yeah. Undertale is the reason I joined Tumblr, unironically. Undertale is part of the reason I got, like, bullied as a kid. But, like, no, it's because I'm neurodivergent. But, like... it really didn't help, but... Dog, all I'm saying, I would be in such a better place right now if I either had slightly more unrestricted access to the internet or slightly less unrestricted access to the internet. Like, if I was, like had no, like, internet access at all, and I was just like, okay, I'm gonna, like... I'd have, like, other hobbies that, like, would actually be, like, beneficial... Besides, like, me right now, which is just watch YouTube, play video games, and make content. Like, that's, like, kind of, like, all I do. Or, if I had just been slightly... Like, if I had been allowed to be more terminally online and, like, less restricted access, like, dog... I could have had, like, actual online friends. Like, before, you know, like... You also made your first shimji on a school computer in MS Paint? Yo! Speaking of shimjis... You know, if anyone here has a little bit of extra money, you can become a member on the Master Your Zach channel and get your own Master Your Zach Shimji. Ooh, actually, I should run those. Hold up, I should have one of those guys running around while the... I don't know how to spell. How do you spell it? Yeah. Shimiji, yeah. Okay, no, this is the wrong file. Is it? No, it's fine. Yeah. Here we go. Oh, there he is! There he is! Whoa! He's here now. Look at him. The Master Zach Shimji. Because I realized that I'm not, like, fulfilling any of the other, like... yes, member-only streams, like, member-only exclusive videos. Like, I don't do that, like, because I think that's, like, weird to, like, gatekeep content, unless it's someone, like, paying. But yeah. Also, by the way, there will be one other thing revealed pretty soon that I commissioned that will also be, for the members of the Master Your Zach, membership soon. So, wink wink, nudge nudge. Anyways. I still hate the Zachlings. I'm sorry. I want one so bad, but I have no money. I would say that, like, I would just give it to you, but it's one of those things where, like, I can't, because, like, it's, like, the one draw, and then, like, I haven't even just given it to Cheeky or Alexiel. Like, they both needed to, like, have people, like, Cheeky, I think, join the membership. Oh, God, they're cloning. I forgot they can do that. Uh-oh. I have to stop them from cloning. How do I... No, stop cloning! Allowed behaviors. Stop breeding. Stop breeding. It's not allowed. Okay, there are 3 of them. That's fine. But yeah. Thank you for never gatekeeping content that I can't pay for. I'm not saying I won't, like, ever do it, but I'm not gonna, like, make, like, an actual video and have it be, like, gatekept by member stuff, because, like, I don't know. I just don't got a big enough community for that. Like, and also, like, what even would that be? Like, why wouldn't I just make it a normal video? I want Shimjis to be stream compatible, so Thry can be named. Yeah. I mean, the stream avatars we have right now on the stream are basically the same sprite as the Shimji. So it kind of like is having that, but I don't know. Anyways, Magnus Archives. Yeah, but dog, if I was just slightly more online. Also, I sad story to end it off, to end the thing. Because I was bullied so much, I ended up being, like, developing a lot of self-hatred for myself, and also for my hobbies. And so, basically, one day, I don't actually remember what day it was. I just remember that I did this. But the fact that I can't remember doing it, like, in the moment means that I've probably purged it from my memory. I decided to the things that I did do on the internet, I decided to purge everything of it. And, like, all the stuff that I'd done for, like, years, like, the stuff that I was allowed to do on the internet, I, like, completely purged it. So I still, like, regret that to this day, and it has definitely given me a new sense of needing to preserve things. But yeah, it does suck. It does suck. I found a way to look back at some of it, though, so Alexiel knows a little bit about it. Yep. Cheeky knows a little bit about it, because I showed it to all of them. Same with Jay. But yeah, don't ever do that, because I like that's one of the things that I regret most that I've done is not that, like, oh, I was weird and, like, oh, like, all that stuff. It's that I decided to try to, like, and it's not even like the people that were, like, bullying me, like, knew about that stuff. It's just I just hated myself, and it sucks. And it's like I don't really want to blame my past self for it, because, like, I was hated, but, like, it sucks. It sucks. Bullying sucks. I think people that say bring back bullying are just evil, and just don't like when people are different. And I don't think their kids should be bullied, but I think if their kids do end up getting bullied and they complain about it, I think they should be told, Blamau, this is what you wanted. So, yeah. But bullying's awful. I truly think that more should be done about it, and sadly, whenever stuff is done about it, because it's basically a he said, she said situation, because teachers usually don't pay enough attention to it, that, like, you can't really have, like, it's all partisan, like, punishments, where it's like, oh, you were bullied, well, you're gonna get punished for being bullied, which encourages you not to seek help from others, which develops problems down the line. But school sucks if you're neurodivergent. School sucks probably if you're not as well, but, like, being neurodivergent, I'm glad that I know that I have ADHD now, but, like, God, if I knew back then, if I got medication back then, hold up, things would be different. So they want childhood and generational trauma. I don't know who wants what. People, the purpose of a thing is what it does, or however that quote goes. So who knows? I don't know. Anyways, back to the Magnus Archives. I'm sorry. The Magnus Archives streams will always be the same amount of time. It doesn't matter how many episodes there will be. We're 2 hours and 20 minutes in, and we're still on the first episode. Oh, no. I'm sorry, Alexiel. All right, let's hear what John Magnus has to say.
I've been on a side quest.
As it stands, is incomplete and stops at this point.
Incomplete.
It does not appear to be the actual end of the document, so I have hopes that the rest is simply misfiled somewhere else in the archives.
The demon got him.
If this is the case, I will record and add that part when it is found, either by myself or, given the scale of the archive's mismanagement, by my successor when I pass away from old age.
The successor.
With this in mind, all but the most preliminary of investigations into this statement are being put on hold until the rest is found. Most of the details do appear to be correct and match the statement given by Mr. Ivo Lensic in 2007.
True.
We did find Father Burroughs' arrest record, though, and I am very curious to see how the events recounted here could have led to the incident in 2009, where he apparently murdered 2 first-year university students following Sunday Mass, and then peeled off and ate most of their skin. End recording.
Oh, that's not even like if it's why is he flying across the screen? Anyway, distracted. Dog, I thought he would just be, like, eating them. Why did he peel them?
Yeah.
That brings a whole new meaning. That brings a whole new meaning to the word peeled Zach. Oh no. But yeah. Anyways, and like take off the mask and add it back.
Do you want to
Yay.
do a little discussion of that while I finish off my side quest?
Let's. Oh, do you want to do your side quest?
No. Talk about it.
Oh yeah. Let's talk about it. Yeah. I don't really know what it meant. I'm gonna be honest. Like well, this
Why
one's
did
very
he
straightforward.
choose to eat those people?
Yeah, like the demon made him, like it possessed him. My thing is when he saw the word like mentis, when he saw the word mentis, and like the girl was like, I don't know what Bethany was like, I don't know what you're talking about. Was that the demon in him? Don't answer this, by the way. Was that the demon in him making him see the word mentis, or was that the demon in her making her not see the word mentis? That's my like question. That's like what I'm thinking about. Mentos. Peeled. Yeah, I don't like it. I don't like the peeled. That's like, I don't like.
Is that one bit of detail too much for you?
Well, it's not like too much. It's just, why peeled? Like, why? Like,
I mean,
if
how
you
else
just
are you gonna
ate them,
eat someone?
well, you just like chomp. Like, I feel like if you are going to cannibalize, there are different tiers of cannibalism. There's like the animalistic cannibalism, and like the animalistic would just be like like just eating. There's like normalized, which is like you're still like eating with a fork and knife and like, you know, like eating normally. I'm just adding words. But like, or I'm just like coming up with words. Like normalized isn't like actually a thing. But then like the like meticulous nature of having to peel someone's skin off, like that's just like first of all, that's not how we eat food besides like a banana. And just the nature of that is like flaying alive. That's awful. Oh no. Oh yeah, I don't know. It's just yeah. I mean, the Magnus Archives did a good job of like making that disturbing. Like, it's like, yes, we know this guy's a cannibal. But then like the surprise of just, hey, also he peeled them is just adds to the horror. Because like, what do you mean he peeled them? But yeah. Any other questions, Alexiel?
No.
No. Yeah, so I think he just, like, the demon got him. The demon, the demon just did that. I think it's interesting that John Magnus doesn't really make a comment on, like, he's clearly not possessed. This individual has suffered from alcoholism.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, alcoholism doesn't really cause, like, hallucinations, which, if you're going for, like, a purely scientific...
I mean, this guy said that, oh, yeah.
Like, oh, this guy's hallucinating.
This guy said, oh, yeah, it's clearly makes sense that he would have spider webs surrounding his body because he had been there for a week. Like...
That's such a good John moment. Just so funny.
Like, he got? Yeah. Dude, if I ever had, like, a demon, like, talk to me, I don't know, man. Like, see, the trick is like, what even is your end goal? Like, yes, like, corrupt my soul or, like, whatever. But, like, I don't know. I feel like there are, like, easier ways to do... Like, this guy or I guess do, like, kill people. I don't know. I feel like I'd try to, like, reason with, like, whatever. But, like, I don't know. I wouldn't want to give up my soul to anything. Like, I would bargain with the demon. But in this case, it does not seem like the demon is bargain withable. You just kind of, like... That just kind of happens. It's an incomplete statement, so maybe he can't pass judgment yet. Oh, okay. Yeah. John Magnus secretly believes he really got possessed. I think this is, like, it's interesting because it's a crossover with the other one, which you would, with, like, I think, like, 1 or 2 other stories. Or not stories, records. But, like, you would think that there would be more information you can glean from that. But I think there still has to be, like, another one to get the full picture. So, I don't know. How does one fight a demon? There are many ways. Depends on what type of demon it is. See, this is why, like, I don't know. If I'm going up against something, I don't know. Would I prefer a demon or a fae? I'd probably prefer a fae just because I feel like I can understand their rules better. Demons, I don't know. They're the holy stuff. But he did possess a priest, so, like, I don't know. Huh. How does one fight a demon? I guess, like, holy water? But no, he would have holy water. So, like, I don't know. Like, I guess, like, the trick is, like, how to deal with a demon doesn't really have, like, a canon around it. So, like, it's just up to, like, media. It's kind of like how, like, hell isn't, like, in the Bible in the way that it is in the, like, cultural zeitgeist. So you just kind of have to be like, oh, okay, well, I guess we'll just depict it like this. And then, so, like, I don't know how to, like, not have a demon. Like, can I just, like, not say, like, yes to their thing, and then they'll leave me alone? Or, like, do I have to, like... In this case, it seems, like, very, like, unwinnable. Unless I, like, I don't know. And it's... The issue is it seems sporadic. Because if I can tell that I'm losing myself and I'm doing actions over time that are, like, oh, I, like, didn't mean to do this... But it seems like he just kind of, like, did that. Like, he just kind of, like, killed those people. Like how there's different kind of vampires? Yeah. I don't know. I'd need to, like, know more. I'd need to, like, know their weaknesses and stuff. Like, I don't know. Yeah. Different lore.
What do you think next episode's gonna be like?
It's about the, like, the cursed... What is it? What is the episode called? I forget.
Desecrated Host.
Desecrated Host. I think it's also gonna have, like, religious iconography. Because I feel like... I don't know, it could be, like, a... It's either gotta get, like, parasite iconography, or, like... I don't know, because, like, the host... Like, the host body... Stuff like that is, like, a very, like... I don't know. I don't know. It's gonna be interesting. Alright, let's... I guess do the next episode? Here, I'll let you select it so that, like, I don't accidentally, like, spoil something.
Okay.
But yeah, I think that... I don't know.
My social life at uni's really been enhanced by
Sorry
the
about
events
this.
at Student
We
Roost with
scan
the
to
staff
find
in
your
Student
uni
Roost.
room. No, I think I'm good. I'm not British. Oh my gosh. I just left the store.
Rusty Quill presents.
Rusty Quill presents.
The
Oh, does it not
Magnus
have closed caption? Oh, no, it
Archives.
does.
Yes, you can put one.
The Desecrated Host.
Episode 20. Desecrated Host.
Desecrated Host.
Continuation of the statement of Father Edwin
No, he's back!
regarding his claimed demonic
It's a
possession.
two-parter!
Original statement given May 30th, 2011.
Why didn't you talk
Audio
about how
recorded
Martin
by
was gonna, like,
Jonathan
find the
Sims,
thing?
Head archivist of the Magnus.
I'm gonna make Martin go through the archives.
Statement continues. It was the first time I had experienced anything like that. By this point I was starting to suspect that I may have been having hallucinations of some sort, but I had never before felt a presence within myself, inside my being. It was a feeling so utterly awful it's hard to put into words. Like a reflex reaction, your muscles moving without any instruction from your mind, but rather than a quick twitch of the leg, it's a slow movement of your jaw, your lips, forming your mouth into words. Worse things would
That would
come,
suck.
of course, but I don't think any of them were so profoundly unsettling as that feeling.
Do you guys ever, like, hear the, like, split brain experiments? I actually got a video recommended to me about
I don't
this,
know what
like,
you're talking
recently.
about.
Where it's, like, if you split the brain in half, like, a bunch of things can happen, but, like, one of the things that can happen is, like, your two sides of your brain desync and become basically one brain each. And so, like, you'll, like, have, like, different... Like, it's... I remember reading something like that it's been, like, partially disproven, because, like, one side of the brain doesn't
is this
just
the left
do...
brain, right brain stuff? Yeah, that's been completely
Yeah, oh, okay.
disproven. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but, like, if you separate if you still, like, separate the, like, cortexes, or whatever the thing is, it will still, like... Because it can't communicate with itself, the two sides will still, like, act on their own for different things. I think. Or it will do other stuff. I remember, like, there's patient, like, MD or something like that. Patient, like MH or something. Some sort of thing where it was, like, not that they had a split brain, but they literally couldn't store things in long-term memory at all. So basically they had 10 seconds of memory that they could use. And that, because this was the thing that they used to do to people when they had, like, epilepsy, and they were just like, yeah, we're just gonna cut your brain in half, because that's a great idea, guys. I mean, they're not gonna have epilepsy, but they're also, like, not really, like, I don't mean to say, like, they're not a person, but, like, they're not a person. Like, the self they used to be cannot be the same. Like, they can only experience things at 10 seconds at a time and then can't store that 10 seconds into long-term memory. They look away from you and they will forget you. Like, that's terrifying. Like, they don't get seizures anymore, though, so, like, that's a plus. But yeah. I don't know, stuff like that, where I think there was still, like, studies where it's like the split brain would do different tasks while the other side didn't know that it was doing, like, tasks. Like, the not the other, like, side, but, like, the thing that handled certain things wouldn't understand why it was doing certain things because the other side was doing those certain things first, and then it just kind of, like, followed. I think they still do that procedure as a last resort. How does epilepsy form? Because, like, genuinely, I am unaware. Like, I don't know. I thought epilepsy was, like, a thing with your, like, eyes. And, like you get epileptic seizures. At that point, why don't you just... If it is something to do with the eyes...
It is to do with the brain.
I thought you got, like, epileptic seizures from, like, they would be induced by stuff in the eye.
No, that's one, like, possible trigger.
Oh, okay.
That's like saying asthma is an issue with, like, your mouth.
Oh, okay. See, I was gonna be like, I would much rather have my eyes, like, gouged out, because, like...
No, that wouldn't work. I had epilepsy as a kid.
Oh, no.
And mine was not triggered by flashing lights. I was fine with flashing lights, but if I breathed too heavy, I would have a seizure. But mine were absent seizures, so I just couldn't
that's
back out
awful.
for 5 seconds. So...
Oh, I'm so sorry. That, like... You can't
No,
breathe?
I wouldn't have like horrible seizures. I just like black out for a bit.
Dog, that's terrifying. We
Dude,
don't.
I once lost a fucking game of like musical statues because I had a seizure and didn't like stop because my brain was turned off. Pissed me off so bad.
Oh no. We don't understand how all the epilepsy kinds work? Huh? Dog, the brain's
brain is, like-
terrifying. I'm like...
Anything that's brain related is just like kind of fucked.
Dude, it sucks that we're like having like Gen AI have all the people like cheat in like their exams and stuff, because like, dog, we need neuroscientists. Like, we can't not have...
Dude,
like...
I don't care that much about like teens cheating in like subjects that they didn't care about,
Dog,
right?
Yeah, if you're a doctor...
If you're a doctor and you're doing this shit...
I think this is probably going to be a hot take. I think that if you are a doctor, right? Or something in a similar vein where you are a thing that does something that is very, very important. Like, let's say you are an engineer building like a dam, or you are a doctor that like works on these people. I think that if it is found out that during your time at college or in your medical school or anything like that, like once it's at it, like not in your like high school or like whatever, that doesn't matter. But if it is found out that you use generative AI in your learning process at a scale at which you would have not learned the material at if you had instead not used it, I think, and it like if it's beyond a shadow of a doubt, like it's like you have used it, I think every patient you have ever treated should be able to sue you for medical malpractice, and I think that it should be like the courts will side with those patients. Like, I think that they should make a law where it's like, hey, if you're a doctor and you didn't do your actual due diligence and like your education, and anything, basically a patient should be able to sue you for anything that goes wrong. I think that like it should be a law that voids contracts. So irregardless of a contract that you have had them sign, because normally you wouldn't be able to sue your doctor because you've signed a contract with either them or the hospital that says you can't do that. I think it should void that. I think it should be like, because the patient was unaware, or because the doctor was lying on that, basically, that said that like, hey, I'm a doctor, you can trust me, I think they should be able to be just like sued into oblivion. And I think that's the only way we're going to... Because, like, even if, like, let's say all the Gen AI companies go down tomorrow, they all explode, and, like no one has access to that anymore, there's no way to use it. Like, and that's not possible because so much of the stuff... Like, DeepSeek is open source. If every single company, like Anthropic, OpenAI, all of them, if they go bankrupt tomorrow, all of this is still available. Like, it's still open source. And the damage has already been done. Like, it has been available long enough that realistically someone could have gone. Or maybe not, like, enough, like, long enough, but, like, in 5 years, someone will have been able to go through all of medical school without doing their own stuff and just relying on, like, Gen AI. And I think someone should do that. And I think someone should document that whole process, and I think someone should showcase that. I think someone should be like, hey, this is a thing. Because this would be the only way you would kickstart something like that. That would be grounds for losing their license. I think they should not only lose their license, I think they should, like, have to pay, like, legal compensation to everyone that has something that has happened to them because of procedure that they have done. I don't care if it's just, like, a headache. You got a headache because of their thing. They now owe you, like, whatever, like, oh, you missed a day because you got a headache after your checkup. They have to compensate you for that day of work that you missed. Like, stuff like that. Like, and especially once we get into, like, they're a neurosurgeon. Like, or they're, like, working on, like, amputations. Like, yeah. Unironically, they should be forced to go back to school and barred from practicing till they complete it properly. I think hot take. Like, I don't think they should go. I think they should. You know, I'm not saying jail, but like, I don't think they should be able to be a doctor anymore. But I do think that if they go back to school and actually learn it the right way, then we don't want to do this and then have no doctors. But like, we also don't want doctors that aren't doctors, you know? Anyways, I think. But like, okay, if you're like, I don't know, like an English major, and you use ChatGPT to like generate like an essay, that doesn't matter. Like, that doesn't hurt anybody except for yourself because you're not learning it. No one's going to have the. Okay, I shouldn't say no one because, like, you know, there could be like this crazy situation where like, oh, this does actually happen. But like the situations in which case a person that's in like an English major is going to be put in a situation where they need to save someone's life because of the things they learned in like English. It's not gonna like, yeah. This should be for high risk jobs. Like, if you're a doctor, if you're a nurse, if you're, like, an engineer, if you're, like, all those things. Things that actually matter. And I'm not saying the other jobs don't, but I'm, like they're not gonna, no, people aren't gonna, in normal situations, die because their like, person that knows English doesn't, like, English major or whatever. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. Anyways. Magnus Archives. Let's continue. Sorry for all the tangents today. What do you think, Alexiel?
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyways, Magnus Archives.
I only got a few streets away from Hilltop Road before I was no longer able to maintain my equilibrium and fell to the floor, violently throwing up. I could not deny
I was like, how did we even get here?
Something inside me. And I believed that whatever it was had entered me from Bethany O'Connor.
Bethany O'Connor.
I tried to pray, tried to cast my mind to...
But it's not the worms.
I couldn't.
Keep going on tangents more often. Oh, no.
As I tried, my throat closed, and I struggled to breathe. I lay on the side of the pavement.
Tangent City, positive.
And I wept. Wiping my eyes, I took out my Bible and looked desperately within it for comfort. But when I opened it, though the page was within the Gospel of Luke, the words were from Genesis. Behold, thou hast driven me out this day from the face of the earth, and from thy face shall I be hid. And I shall be a fugitive and a vagabond in the earth. And it shall come to pass that every one that findeth me shall slay me. Around that
pause
passage,
for a
the
second.
writing morphed.
Does anyone care if I stop taking notes for the moment and add to them, like, tomorrow or something?
No, that's perfectly fine, Alexiel, yeah.
Cool.
If, like...
I'm doing stuff.
I'm gonna be completely honest. If you want to, like, have notes either, like, pre-prepared or, like, do them after, you can do that as well. Like...
Oh, yeah.
I, like... As long as, like... I think the thing that's, like, most helpful is, like, the leading questions.
True, okay.
Yeah, because, like, I'm gonna be honest, I don't read, like, a majority of this anyways. Until, like, it's mostly useful when, like, I need to, like, remember something. Like, in the moment when this episode's happening, I'm not necessarily reading this. But, like...
Awesome.
Yeah, so yeah, if you ever... Yeah. And, like, if an episode, like... I don't know. Yeah. Do what you gotta do. True. Yeah. I also am pretty sure, like, they can't really see the notes that much anyways. Just because it's, like, behind us. But yeah. Yeah, do what you gotta do. I agree, Lamp Black. But yeah, I will continue.
And swam before my eyes.
Swam.
And wherever there were words that might give me comfort, I found them obscured by dark stains. The bile began to rise within my throat again, and I desperately wanted to hurl the book away from me. I held it, though, for just a moment before I placed the small volume once again in my jacket. It took more willpower than I could have believed, but I kept it. I stood up shakily and staggered back to the presbytery.
See, I wonder if that's a good idea or a bad idea, because it's clearly cursed, but it also is a Bible. So, like, I don't know.
Yeah, and he's obviously religious.
Yeah.
So his first thought is going to be, Bible save me.
Yeah. Well, but also, like, it seems like it is an actual demon, so, like, maybe the Bible will actually be of, like, use, so... Like, I don't know. Dog, I don't want to be possessed by a demon. That would suck. Like,
I agree.
I would, like, if I'm gonna have to, like... Dude, I hate the demons that, like, just possess you. I'd much rather have, like, a, hey, you want to make a deal, buddy? Because, like, I could just say no. I could just be like, nah, I think I'm good. Or, like, if the deal is, like, actually, like, beneficial to me, I can maybe be like, okay, sure, whatever. Like, if it, well, like, if he's not gonna, like,
I would never be tricked into joining a cult. If a demon gave me a deal that would, like, benefit me more than
okay.
I would say yes.
Okay, if my immortal soul is not the thing on the line, and if it is something that, in the completion of this goal, both of our, like, if it's mutually beneficial, then I can consider it. If it's only beneficial for me, then there's a catch. If it's only beneficial for the demon, then it's not beneficial for me. But if it is something that is genuinely mutually beneficial, and, like, the rules are clearly stated, and, like, I can figure out, like, okay, this is, like, I'm not risking my, like, immortal soul, like, I'm not doing this, like, I don't know. I might be like, yeah. Like, I don't know. I'm trying to think of a situation where I can, like, use this as an example. Like, I don't know. It's hard, but, like, if, like, demons are, like, not, like, let's say it's like a world where demons are not evil in the eyes of God, but they're evil in the eyes of humanity because they are the ones who keep people in hell. But if God created hell by design to have a place to send the bad people, then it would make sense that we see demons as bad, but they fit into the greater design of the, you know, machine. Then that would be a thing where it's like, okay, like, then I could see realistically, like, okay, all right, I can, like, do this. Like, let's say you want me to, like, I don't know, go over here and, like, take care of this, like, guy or whatever. Like, kill this guy. And because he's, like, an evil demon. Like, he's evil and you as a demon want his soul in, like, hell. But I'm still able to, like, you know, get into heaven and, like, my hands are clean after this because, you know, like, you were created by God for this purpose. Then that's a situation where I'd be like, yeah, I'd do that.
That so fucking easy.
Huh? But, like, I don't know. That was, like, a bad explanation, but, you know, like, there are situations. Demons are meant to be jailers. Yeah, like, if it's a thing where, like, demons are meant to be jailers, where, like, God... I don't know, this is gonna go back to, like, my dad's beliefs. But my dad...
Your dad is a maniac.
Yes, I know. But I'm just framing this as an example. My dad believes that Satan / Lucifer / the devil is not, like, was not cast out by God, but is instead, like, the purpose of Satan / Lucifer being cast out was simply the creation of hell, like, needed a warden, basically. And so it's like, hey, do you want to do that? I don't necessarily believe that, but I remember he brings up, I think it's, like, one of the stories, one of the things in the scripture where it's, like, basically Satan kind of calls up God, almost like they're, like, friends, and he's calling him up on the telephone, and he's like, hey, God, if I tempt, let's make a wager. If I can tempt this mortal so that he can't get into heaven, I win. And if you can ensure that this mortal is able to make his way into heaven, no matter my interference, like, you win. Like, kind of, so, basically, Satan still doesn't like people, and still kind of hates humanity, but is not on as bad of terms with God as in the perspective of God. But we just don't like Satan because, you know, he doesn't like us. So it would make sense that he's, like, written more poorly. But, like, yeah, that's kind of like the thing. If it was a world like that, where, like, demons were, like, basically just the same as angels, kind of in the eyes of God, but we just don't like them because instead of angels leading us to heaven, they're demons leading us to hell. If it was something like that. I don't know. I've had a cool world in mind, like a world building setting in mind that I've had for a while.
Okay, before you spend an hour on your world building, can we please? It's 4 a.m.
Okay, yeah, I can do it really quick. I can just like say what the general premise is. I won't say any of the stories from in it. But it's basically like, what if the rapture happens, God leaves, the devil is slayed, and so all that's left with humanity is death, the manifestation of death. And so death is just kind of like, well, I don't know how to do any of this stuff. And then basically is like, okay, so I'm just going to, every once in a while, like, basically knight a human. And, like, you're going to be one of my angels / demons. And in exchange for you basically help me collect the dead people and bring them to a place, you get better, you get to be an angel / demon thing. And I've been thinking about that thing, and I'd be like, yeah, I'd do that. I don't know. Anyways, let's continue. Sorry, Magnus Archives. Anyways, yeah, Magnus Archives. I'm so sorry, Magnus viewers.
Missed morning mass saying I was feeling unwell. It wasn't a lie, of course. I just lay there for hours. There seemed a safety in stillness.
I wouldn't fall for
As
a
though
cult,
inaction
though,
could
guys.
do no harm.
Trust me.
It was the first good decision I had made, and there isn't a day goes by I don't curse myself for ever rising from that bed. Nobody bothered me. I think word had gotten round that I was having a difficult time, and they were almost certainly trying to decide who would be best to talk to me, or even whether to ask the bishop to intervene. I decided that I needed to talk to Father Singh. I didn't think that he would be able to help me, but he was at least familiar with Bethany O'Connor's case. Perhaps he might have some insight into what was happening. I tried to find him quickly. The faces on each crucifix and painting I passed seemed to twist and sneer at me as I walked. My head was throbbing.
Oh my god! Wait! Is it a crucifix? Because it's cruce, as in, like, Christ, and then affix, as in, like, to have pasted up? Wait, I just realized. I'd never made that connection. Because it's like the
No.
affixes to...
It's not.
It's not?
I don't think so.
That's crazy if it's not, then. That, like, because, like, affix is to, like, have something be put on a thing. That's wild.
The painted blood.
They had those before
Still
Jesus.
wet.
Oh. Just like...
I'm glad I didn't encounter.
Guys, all I'm saying, Magnus Archives viewers, if you like the banter of me and my friends and the shenanigan stories, oh boy, they had those before Jesus. Guys, the Blueprints is a great playlist. Like, the Blueprints playthrough is a great playlist to look into. I'll give a little bit of a spoiler to the moment. Alexiel, do you remember the moment?
Yes, I remember the conversation we had about nails,
Yeah.
where you thought nails were 200 years old.
I didn't I thought that nails were like 200 years old because for some reason in my mind they weren't necessary until, like, crates were invented, and crates were invented until international shipping was a necessity. And the thing that made me realize that nails were in fact older than like 300 years old was the fact that they nailed Jesus to a cross. So, guys, I might be a little stupid, but yeah, definitely recommend the Blueprints playthrough, and then if I ever do more Blueprints, whenever I do more Blueprint streams, I definitely recommend checking those out, because it's a game that makes me think, and let's just say when I think, stuff happens. I say some things that, yeah, I don't know. I've kind of, like, accepted it. I've kind of just accepted it, but, like, I might be stupid. I like your brain, Zach. Pat. Thank you. Yeah. I'm here for the vibes. Immaculate ones. True. But, yeah, I don't know what's wrong with me. Like, I definitely have the neurodivergency, but, like, I don't know what the other thing is, because, like, that doesn't explain it. My friends Alexiel and Cheeky, they both have ADHD, so, like, why do I have the just... Why? I don't know. It's not like I'm, like, stupid either, but I'm, like, stupid. Like, I don't get it. I'm, like, goated, but I'm also, like, really stupid. I don't know. Anyways, let's continue.
Encounter anyone, for I was staggering so much they would likely have thought I was drunk. Finally, I found Father Singh in the small chapel. He seemed surprised to see me, and as I approached, his face fell and he backed away, ever so slightly. I can't imagine...
If it makes you feel any better, my sister thought vegetarians don't eat animal crackers. That's... I mean... I was gonna say, do they have, like, eggs in them? But that's vegans, not vegetarians.
How bad I must have looked.
Vegans probably don't eat animal crackers.
But I sat next to him.
Or are animal crackers vegan? I don't know.
I began to talk, to tell him everything that had happened. He remained silent as I spoke, until I began to talk about the exorcism I had tried to perform on Bethany. He held up his hand and asked if I'd prefer to speak about it in confession. I was momentarily confused and asked him what sin he felt I had committed. He looked at me, and I swear there was almost a smile on his face when he spoke.
Uh-oh.
Spiritual pride.
Spiritual pride?
That has led to quite a fall.
Oh no.
Unsettled though I was at his attitude, I could not deny that he was right. I agreed, and we left the chapel.
Spiritual
Soon I was
pride.
giving my account as a full confession, and I could not keep from crying. So I described what happened when I attempted to lay a blessing upon that house on Hilltop Road. I finished my account and waited for Father Singh to speak of my penance or absolution. Instead, he paused for a few moments, then said, "No, your sins are deeper than that."
Uh-oh.
And he began to list them.
He said no?
Every transgression I had made since I was 6 years old. The disabled...
I'm killing this guy. Like, if you start listing every transgression that I've made, like, that, like, how do you know this? I'm vaulting. I don't know what confession. I'm breaking through the wooden wall between the confession booth, and I'm strangling this guy. This guy is like this is the devil in my mind. This is the devil. Like this is not like, oh, like, yes, this is like maybe this demon wants to make a deal with me. No, this is the evil devil. This is the evil one. This is like I have no doubt in my mind. I'm breaking through the confession booth, and I'm jumping this guy. Like, what do you mean? You know all of my sins since I was 6. Like, I don't even know all my sins since I was 6. Like, I like don't remember a lot of stuff. So like, if you know that, that must mean that you are some form of supernatural that seems to not like me. So I'm jumping through, and I'm strangling. I'm strangling.
Child I had bullied in primary school, the time I stole money from my mother's purse to buy cigarettes, the indiscretions I had had at the seminary.
Okay, one more neurodivergent child story. Okay, so it's related to the stealing money, but I didn't do that. Okay, so basically, one time I had a garage sale. Our family had a garage sale. It was this cool, like, oh, we're gonna like do this garage sale. All our entire neighborhood had a garage sale, and so I got a lot of my own toys to put up. I was young, to put up for garage sale. All of my siblings were doing their own thing. My parents were doing their own thing. We were all selling our own individual stuff, and I end up selling a lot of things. And I make a good amount of money for, again, myself as a child. I think it was maybe like $26 or like $32. But as a kid who did not have an allowance, besides, like, I don't even think it was this time, but I think later we were able to pick up dog poop for like $5 every week. So that was, I don't even think that happened at this point. But considering that, think about having $26 to $32. Like, that is a lot of money for me as a child. And I'm selling my own toys. And so, about halfway through the garage sale, my parents go, okay, we're going to split the money at the end. And I go, no. I've made the most money out of everyone in my family at the garage sale. So I'm like, we're not communisting this like now. Like, if you had brought this up at the beginning, that would have been a different story. But dropping this on me now after I've already sold my own toys, like, nah, I'm keeping this. And then for some reason, my mom brings this up to my doctor, who also, my doctor at the time was not good at all. I have a mole on the back of my head, like my skull area. He thought it was a fungus. And so he prescribed me antifungal medicine that tasted really bad and awful. Turns out, after all this time of me being like, I don't think it's a fungus. I don't want to drink this. This tastes disgusting. This is making me like throw up. Like, all this stuff. Eventually, I get a new doctor, and they're like, this is not a fungus. This is a mole. You know, like the things you have all over your body. So, yeah. But yeah, my mom tells this doctor about the me not wanting to split the money. And so this doctor goes, well, I think you should catch him in the act. And we're like, what? And he's like, yes, you should catch him in the act of stealing money. And I'm like, did you not, like, I didn't say anything, because of course I'm a young child, but like, even my mom was like weirded out, because it's like, that's not what she was saying. She was saying that, I don't know why she brought this up, but like, I was not stealing money. Like, I was literally just not, sorry for not wanting to delve into those commie socialists' methods, but like, dude, I just didn't, like, I was making the most. I was selling my own toys. What? Like, and also, we had never done this at a garage sale before. Like, this was the first time it was like a, I'm not saying that my family was like, oh, you've made $32 and we haven't made as much, we're gonna split it. I think it was because I think my siblings were like making less, and so they wanted to, like, you know, even it out. But it's one of those things where, like, in the chasing of being fair, you end up like, parenting's difficult. I think it's the doctor that's like really crazy. Like, what do you mean? Like, huh? Like, what? Huh? But yeah, anyways, how was that stealing? I think the doctor heard what he wanted to hear and didn't hear anything else. And yeah, anyways, that reminded me of that.
All of them.
Yeah, and if the demon brings up me at the garage sale not wanting to split that money, and he's like, you did this, and then that's in the eyes of God stealing, I'm pummeling. I don't care how physically weak and frail I am. I'm not stopping till either one of our bones breaks. Like, if my bones break or if yours. Zach has siblings? Yes. Yeah. I've said this. I feel like that's, yeah. Red flag on that, doctor? Oh, yeah. What sucks even more is he was our, like, family practitioner. And, like, I don't even remember all the things, but, like, basically every interaction was just like, yeah, you're kind of weird. Like, I
had
don't
confessed
think
them
you're
each before
correct.
and been absolved, but not to Father Singh. And
Hold
to
up.
hear them thrown back in my face as such a stark list I had made since I was 6 years old.
Yeah,
A disabled child I had bullied in primary school.
I mean,
the
yeah,
time
that's
I
not
stole
nice,
money
but
from
like,
my mother's purse to buy cigarettes, the indiscretions I had had at the seminary. All of them. I had confessed them each before and been absolved, but not to Father Singh. And to hear them thrown back in my face as such a stark list of wickedness rattled me deeply.
yeah,
I noticed something else as he spoke.
See, this would be the guy that I would cannibalize. This is the guy that I'd peel all the skin off and cannibalize. If I'm gonna cannibalize anybody, if the demon's gonna make me do anything, like, can we at least agree on, like, the other guy that's clearly possessed? Like, I know you're not, because,
Do you
like,
think
you're
the
in
demon's
cohorts.
gonna
Yeah.
want you to eat the demon?
Yeah, I'm realizing that now, saying that aloud, probably not what they want. But, like, they could be, like, different demons of, like, if they're, like, multiple demons, multiple devils, multiple gods, like, I don't know. That would be a situation where I could probably make a deal with the demon and them being like, we want a mutually like agreeable thing. Is if there are like multiple gods and multiple demons. Like if it's like ancient Greece and like, I don't know, like Hades is like, hey, like one of the descendants or like disciples of Hades is like, hey, I want you to do this thing, and it's like against like, I don't know, like Zeus or not Zeus, or that would be scary. Probably like Poseidon or something like that. I'd be like, yeah, sure. I'll just stay away from, like, the water, Lamau, and horses.
Father Singh
yeah.
only emigrated from Jaipur a decade or so before I met him, and he had always had quite a strong accent. But the voice that spoke now to read my litany of wrongdoing had no trace of it. It was a clipped and crisp RP accent, though in tone it seemed to match that of my friend. I leapt to my feet and ran from the room and towards the front door.
Yeah.
I needed to get out, to get somewhere I could breathe. In the hallway I ran past 2 other priests who looked more worried than ever. One of them was Father Singh.
Dog, I'm running back in. I'm so sorry. Like, if I confess my sins to this guy, he reads out all of my sins. Let's say in a universe where I haven't, immediately strangled this guy. And then I see that guy in the hallway while I'm running from the thing. I'm heel turning. I'm grabbing the closest long, blunt object, because I assume that I don't have my copper pipe on me at the time. And I'm just gonna start... If I find that thing still in the confession booth, because... it probably is left by then, but if it somehow thought it was a good idea to stand there and wait behind, I'm
Okay,
beating
Zach,
it.
I have a question. If this person knows every bad thing you've ever done in your life, would you not be somewhat afraid of what else they might know?
I would be afraid that they're gonna follow me. Like if I let them go now, that the only thing that's going to happen is stuff's going to get worse, and this is like this might be my last chance that they have a physical form. They might not operate like this again. I have to take that chance when I have it. If I run back to the confession booth and they're still there, it's in that moment I have already I'm already coming to terms with, if I don't kill them here, I am as good as dead, if not worse. So I'm just gonna I'm a dead man walking. So I've got to do whatever it takes to beat the demon to death. Literally beat the devil out of it. Except that like the guy, thankfully, I don't have to like actually kill my friend because he's in the other room.
Let me get this straight. If a weird guy came up to you and was like and told you every bad thing you'd ever done, your assumption is that they are going to instantly kill you.
Well, it's that they are...
Because I think this is more of a torture method.
No,
right?
That's what I'm saying.
It's like surveillance.
It's not that they're going to instantly kill me, but like the context of like the previous night, having the whole like, oh, like your Bible has all these like cursed words in it, and it's like making you feel all these awful things. I'm not saying my assumption is that he is going to kill me instantly. My assumption is that this ends in me dying. I don't know how long it's going to take. I don't know how much more trials and tribulations I have to go through. But the end of this results in my agonizing death. And so in that moment, I will rush in as if it is going to kill me instantly. As if I am already dead. I only pray that I have enough strength to come to this, like, mental fortitude to come to this conclusion in the moment. But I have to run in as if I am going to die. Because otherwise, whether it's a week or a year from now, the result will be the same, except more agonizing and strenuous. And in this moment, if I assume that my death is absolute, then in the act of killing this thing, I can possibly kill it before I die, in which case I won't die. So, yeah.
But then people will be like, why did you kill this man?
Because he's not the guy! But
he didn't know that. He
no,
didn't
but
know that
he's
first.
running out.
And also the other people around him will be like, why did you kill a person? Even if they don't know who it is, they're gonna be like, why did you just randomly kill this person?
Well, no, because like it's the guy that looks like the other guy. I'm saying I do this after I saw the other guy.
Like someone who looks like him.
I'm sorry, in this moment, like, I know from the context he cannibalizes, like, 2 other people. In this moment, I'm assuming much worse things are to come. Like, I don't know, like, it's a little cheating, because I know he does this later, but, like, I'm still going to be like, you know what? I'm either dead, the torture that I'm going to go through will probably involve something. I don't know. I'm not thinking about social repercussions. I'm just killing it. Or at least I hope I'm not. So that I can just go in and kill the thing. Because, like, that's what you gotta do. Because otherwise, like, you won't do it. Like, I'm saying this is, like, ideally I would do this. Like, in this moment, this is the, like, if I'm able to do this, you know? Anyways, yeah. I don't know. What do you say, Alexiel?
So you know how I mentioned how these episodes have one of my worst phobias? Actually, they've got 2 of them, but this is one of them.
Oh, doppelgangers?
No.
Oh.
Persons, like, knowing every bad thing I've ever done, and then telling everyone about it.
Yeah, that's terrifying. I hadn't even, like, thought about that like that, but yeah. I mean, like, to be fair, for, like, it would suck, but, like, I feel like the takeaway would just be, like, kind of like, okay, wow, that, like, yeah, it sucks that you've done those things, but, like, I expected, like, a little more, I guess. Like, these aren't, like, I don't think that I've done anything that is, like, truly abhorrent enough to, like, I don't know. Maybe. But, like, it would still suck.
I mean, the thing is, you also need to remember, people have different moral compasses to you. So it might be something that you don't consider bad. Right? But it might make other people, like, disgusted and stuff.
Yeah. Would all of my... I'm thinking now. Would all of my sins get me, like... Would they be enough to get me canceled? I don't know. I don't know if that would. Because, like... I know it's, like... I don't know. I don't think... I'm not gonna say I don't have, like... Like, I have nothing to hide, but, like... I don't know, I haven't done anything, like, truly abhorrent, so... I could probably I probably wouldn't come back to streaming the next day, but, like... Because that would be like, hey guys, I'm back. You guys know everything that I've done that's... Also, like, sins are, like, not even, like, necessarily, like, evil things. It's just things that are, like, bad. So, like... Or, like, in the view... I don't know. That is a good question. That is also I will say Alexiel very, very scary. So, I agree.
That's only one of two of my worst fears.
Oh, no. Oh, no. If the stream had music, I'd bear Zach's voice for music for the dishes. I will say, commission reveal stream coming soon. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Wonder what I could be foreshadowing. Ooh. What? But yeah, anyways, let's continue.
It was dark when I left the presbytery.
But yeah, I'd probably
I had
try to kill
no
that guy.
idea where I was going or why. I just had the desperate need to be somewhere else. The streets of Oxford should have been full of drunken students at that time on a Sunday night. At least, I thought it was Sunday. But they were almost deserted. Occasionally I would see figures standing or walking at the end of the narrow streets, but they were shadowy, silhouetted against what little light there was, and were always gone when I approached.
I will say, as a caveat to the statements that I just said, if the ideas that I've had were to like be revealed, then I don't know. People probably wouldn't take those so great. I had an idea the other day for like a stream, and I was like, what if like not like a stream that I would do, but like let's say I was Mr. Beast level. Would I be able to do a stream where I literally just like torture people? Like not like blood and like whips and like haha like torture, like not like that, but like I was thinking like what if, because I'm really interested in like psychological torture. I don't know if you I've talked about.
Oh my god, is this your White Room idea again?
Yeah, I've talked about this on like the
Blueprint
blueprint streams where I'm like, yes, I want to be put in a white... Like, I don't want it, but I think it'd be interesting for, like, a stream idea to be, like, put in a white room for, like, 72 hours. Or, like, 48 hours or whatever it was. And I just, like, experience white room torture. I think that'd be interesting. But I was also thinking, like, what if we... Like, what if you give... let's say, like, bring 5 people into a room. And you say, you've signed all the waivers, you've signed all these things. I'm going to explicitly tell you that, like, I'm not tricking you. Like, you are going to be psychologically tortured. Do you still continue? And, like, get these people to be like, yes, I'm going to be psychologically tortured. And then, like, they get options. They each draw straws, and they get to choose the order of which option of piece of paper they get. And like, by the way, this is literal torture. I'm not trying to sugarcoat this. I'm saying, like, wouldn't it be crazy if there was a stream where people were literally just tortured? Mr. Beast already beat you to white room torture. That actually was the reason that I wanted to do the white room torture to myself, because I was like, dang, he did that. I should probably do that. I think it'd be interesting. But I was thinking, like, you just put people in a room for a week, and like they get like, you know, the bathroom, the like the food. You deliver food every bit, but like each of the rooms is like one of the pieces of paper, it says stuck. It says stuck on it. So if you choose stuck, you get a room. I saw like a thing on this, like, where it's like the room is covered in glue. Like everything in the room is covered in glue. And you're just in the place that's covered in glue. And then another one is like 300 square feet or like something like that. Like that's what it says on the piece of paper. So it's like, oh, okay, so it's going to be a room, and it's like 300 square feet or whatever. So, like, at least it's, like, whatever this size, or, like, whatever a size that would be, like, a good size for a room. And then the room itself is actually literally, like, shoulder-to-shoulder wall, and just very long. And at the end of the corridor, at one end is your bed, your bathroom, and all that stuff. Like, the bed is there, and then there's a ladder, and then, like, you can go over the wall, and then there's the bathroom. But then on the other side is a panel, and then there's, like, a chat, like a live stream chat over there. But it's all the way on the other side. And it's just, like, a long, narrow corridor. And then one of the other options, one of the other pieces of paper, says photo shoot. And you want to know what that option does? You don't actually have to spend the 7 days, the 1 week in the, like, torture rooms. You instead get to go with me on a press shoot tour where we just, like, have a bunch of fun. And, like, go like and have fun and like take pictures and like like document the whole thing and this is so much fun and like maybe shoot like an ad campaign or something like that. And then that video gets played to all of the other people who are currently in their torture rooms. So that they know if they had just chosen a different sheet of paper, they would be like experiencing just like a fun vacation resort, like, wow, we're gonna go to like an island vacation. And so they know that if they just chose a different room, that they would be like, I would be if I was evil, I'd be like so good at being evil. Like I would be so good at psychologically torturing people. But I won't, because that's bad. But like, I don't know. And of course these people, like, if I would have like a thing where it's like, hey, if you say like, I don't know, like strawberry mango smoothie, we just like release you and like you can still get like whatever money that like you've earned up to that point. So like you can just like leave. Like we don't want to like actually like have someone die or like be permanently like traumatized. Evil Zach stream when? I would need so much money to do this, but like, because I would need all the money to like actually be able to like have these rooms and stuff like this, and B, I would need to ensure that I'd be able to retire after doing a stream like this, because I don't think people would want to sponsor me anymore. Like I don't know how big my fan base would be after that if I literally tortured people on stream. Like I think I might be banned. Like, but yeah, I'd be good at psychologically torturing people. Which is not a like good thing, but like I don't know. I think it's interesting. Like I'm not going to, but yeah. Anyways, if you want to have a stream where I don't think even that's legally allowed. I don't know if I'm even legally allowed to do that, so I probably shouldn't. But I had that idea last night. But yeah, anyways. Oh, and also the reason why it's got to be like strawberry mango smoothie is the person that's on the photo shoot. At one point is like, ooh, strawberry, like drinking a strawberry mango smoothie, and like so the other ones like all the people, yeah, they get like also, you know, keyed in, and it reminds them of the fact that they can always like have an out and they're here by choice. And I if I was evil, I'd be really good at it.
I tried once again to pray, but the words died on my tongue. I've never felt despair on the sheer scale I did at that moment. The streets of Oxford are winding and speak to the age of the place, but I had lived there for no small amount of time and knew them well. That night, though, it was though I had never walked them before. I saw...
They should cast Zack as Am in the next I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream adaptation. Actually, yeah, I think I could probably do that. You know what?
Roads that
That's a good idea.
100 times, they seemed different.
That's,
my
yeah.
eyes focusing on details I'd never before marked, and each turn I found I did not know where I was going, or what place it would take me to. The world I knew had become alien to me, and I simply didn't know what to do. Finally, I found myself in front of the oratory on Woodstock Road. The church's large, round window shifted as I watched, as though it were a tremendous eye that were turning to focus upon me.
Okay. Literally, I had a, like, small film project that I had to do, and it was about eyes, and it had, like eye iconography, and one of the things I wanted to do is, because I was the editor and cinematographer for it, so I was the one filming all the shots and then editing all the shots, and I wanted to have a montage of different like eyes, like different like, oh, like things are looking at you, because it's supposed to like invoke a feeling of being watched. And for one of those things, I wanted to have the protagonist, and this would be like a real like quick like, you know, like a half second to a second like pops up on the screen. I wanted the protagonist to walk in front of a church. Everything else in that montage was going to be a physical eye, except for that. And I wanted to linger on that for a second. as like an interesting like, because it invokes the like you're always being watched iconography. But the other people that I was making the film with were like, we don't have time for this. We should just keep moving. And also we're walking during this shot, so the shot wasn't able to be used. But this is true. Church eye iconography.
The door was open and
It does have that.
from within, a warm light spilled out. Even in the depths of my,
What's with all the eyes?
Call it mania.
This is the.
There was something comforting about that light.
Hold up. Yeah, what is with the eyes? Eyes. Yeah, they do say eye a lot. Eye.
Remember, if there's any connections you want to make, you can make them.
True.
And also, to the left of the thing, there's a bit where you can note down, like
yeah.
themes and stuff that you think it
Watcher
has.
becomes the watched. Not Grian watches Amy. Oh my gosh. Sorry. Episode 18. The meat grows eyes and looks at the guy. And then I'll go episode 20. Priest. Does this one count? Yeah, I think this one counts. Priest who did, not execution, not exhibition, exorcism. On person gets possessed and starts to feel like he is being watched in the presence of a church. Yeah. The spider eyes in arachnophobia. Whoa, what the heck is this? Why is there a timer? Oh. Ah! I don't know. The spider eyes in arachnophobia, and now the church eyes. That's true. Who watches this? The Watchmen. Eyes? See, if Cheeky was here, she'd be like, eyes? Eyes? Anyways.
I did not know where I was going, or what place it would take me to. The world I knew had become alien to me, and I simply didn't know what to do. Finally, I found myself in front of the oratory on Woodstock Road.
Oratory.
The church's large, round window shifted as I watched, as though it were a tremendous eye that were turning to focus upon me. The door was open, and from within, a warm light spilled out. Even in the depths of my, I suppose you could call it mania, there was something comforting about that light. A man appeared at the door. He was tall and pale, and dressed as an altar server.
Dude, it's the guy from No, I'm Not Human.
My vision was blurred, though I could not tell you whether it was my state of mind at the time or simply that I was crying. I should have known that something was wrong. I did know that something was wrong, but it didn't matter. I had no fight left within me.
See,
So
that's
when he
the
told
issue.
me that it was time for Mass, I simply nodded and followed.
Oh no.
He led me through the church. It was bright. So bright.
Right.
Candles covered every surface, each glowing so powerfully that I could barely look directly at them. The layout was how I remembered, but the pews were all empty, and I could see none of the statues or crosses that I expected.
The
The
evil
man
church.
led me unresisting into the vestry, where I found my cassock and stole laid out in front of me. The stole was not green, as I would have expected for a normal Sunday Mass,
Green.
nor was it violet or red or any other liturgical color. Instead, it was a pale, sickly yellow. I felt the eyes of the altar server upon my back and dressed quickly.
Yellow.
At that moment, the bell rang to mark the start.
The priest in yellow. Hold up. Hold up. I say that like I've ever read the King in Yellow. I have not.
Of the Mass. It was a single, jarring tone that cut through the air and made me almost double over in pain. So badly did it pierce into my pounding skull. I regained myself, gripping the thin, bony arm of the altar server, and walked out into the church. The pews were full now, row upon row of people, far more than had ever before attended a mass that I had said. Each was dressed in black from head to toe, and their skin was fevered, jaundiced yellow. The eyes of every man, woman, and child stared blankly forward.
Eyes.
And their mouths hung open, wide and smiling, like their jaws had locked in silent rictus.
Like, at this point, man, like, I'm making a Molotov. Like, I'm already in hell. Like, this is some, like, evil, like, the only thing that will save you is the cleansing fires. Like, I don't know, man, just burn everything down. Like, and even if it won't save you, at least it'll, like, I don't know, burn you before they burn you or whatever. I don't know.
I could have left. I know that now. I know that my will and my actions were my own, and even at the time, I knew that what I was seeing was so wrong. So very wrong. But it didn't feel like, at the time, I could have made any other choice. Even in that strange place, stared at by hellish parishioners, I must have known weren't really there.
Would you even think of a Molotov in the moment? I feel like that's been my, like, go-to for, like, such a long time that, like, yes.
It has been your go-to. I'm not even sure that you know how to make one, and you definitely wouldn't have the, like, stuff on hand.
Yeah. But, like, my go-to is just kind of either copper pipe, explosion, or bargain. Like, that is my default. So...
And so far, bargaining with the cave has been your best idea.
True. True.
Forgive me. Even then, I thought to find some comfort in the liturgy. The odd-smelling incense swirled about me from the altar server's brazier, and my head swam with a scent that felt so familiar, yet so foreign. Finally, I stood before the altar and began the Mass. I was surprised as I spoke, and the holy names slipped from my mouth without hesitation. But the congregation I addressed were quiet, and each pause for a response was met with only that oppressive, wide-mouthed silence, a jarring void that tightened the fear I felt gripping my soul. When the liturgy of the Word began, I watched in silent dread as the altar server stepped to the pulpit to deliver the first reading. He stood there, dark eyes scanning the open Bible, before he raised his head and looked up as though to speak. But all that came from his throat was the single tolling sound of that bell.
The bell.
My head pulsed in pain. The same thing.
I feel like the bell has come up before, but I just can't remember. I don't know. I'll keep the bell in mind.
Happened for the second reading, that long, drawn-out chime. Then came the reading of the Gospel. I walked to the pulpit myself and saw the passage indicated was Mark, chapter 9, verses 14 to 19. I began to try and read it, but my voice was gone. And from my own mouth came the sound of that bell. Bong! I fell to the floor, but no one moved to help me. Eventually I was able to stand again and and a dull panic began to rise within me as I realized that next came the liturgy of the Eucharist. The thought of these people, these things, taking the body of...
Bong, bong.
taking the sacrament of Holy Communion.
Bro's like an Animal Crossing
felt
character.
like the direst of blasphemies. I didn't stop, though. I
My
didn't
cats
know what
hate you?
else
Oh,
to do,
no.
and my mind was swimming with the sound of that bell and the collective horror of all the things that I had seen and felt. The altar server brought me the communion wafers and the wine, and I took them. My hands felt strange and clammy as I held them, but I brought them to the altar and began to
Dude, this
speak.
is like the Abhorsen trilogy.
This time my words came out crisp and clear, and as I said them I noticed fewer and fewer of the parishioners seemed to be in the pews. Hope began to rise within me, as it seemed the words would work to banish these jaundiced watchers, and I pressed on.
Uh-oh.
Finally, the pews were empty, and my heart soared as I turned towards the tabernacle to retrieve the rest of the host. It was strange. The rich cloth curtain that covered that ornate metal box seemed stuck. So I pulled, and eventually it came free.
Okay.
I opened the door and retrieved the host, returning it to the altar. Then I lifted it to my mouth, and I ate. It did not taste as I expected. I'm sure you've guessed the reality of what it was I was eating.
Oh, no!
I don't even know where I was.
Oh, no. Oh, I was like, how is this gonna lead to, like, he's gonna, like, run out and, like, do this? Oh, God.
No.
Oh, and that's why it, like, he had to, like, the thing was opening and it wasn't opening correct, so he had to, like, pull on it. Oh. Yeah. Oh,
that was
no.
the peeling of the skin.
Oh, no. Ugh.
And now I get to drop my other worst fear.
Oh, no.
Is, like having like a like thinking I'm doing something.
Oh, yeah.
Actually doing something like this. Dude, I have OCD. There was a period in my life I truly thought that like I was like killing people.
Oh, no.
That was
That's
such an odd
awful.
era.
Dog. The twist sucker punched me when I first listened. Like, I don't even know how he was because he was just like reading the pages. So he like, I don't know how he was like. Does he got like a knife? Does he like, or is he just? I don't know.
Dingy basement from what it seemed when the light fell from my eyes and I returned to reality.
Oh no.
At least, I assume this is reality. I dream sometimes that perhaps this is the illusion. My arrest and imprisonment merely a hallucination. That I'm not a murdering cannibal.
Oh no.
It doesn't matter. At that moment, seeing those bound corpses before me, I made the decision to take no action. Ever again. I will not commit the further sin of ending my life, but I sat there until the police came. I pled guilty to all the charges they laid before me, and now here I am, doubting everything I see and hear.
Ooh.
I do worry about the state of my soul, of course, but there is little to be done.
Yeah, like that's
my old
like.
colleagues have come by on occasion, and even the bishop once, but it doesn't help. Whatever they may actually be saying, all I can hear is the sound of the bell.
Oh.
Thank you for your time. Statement ends.
So you're just hearing bong, bong, bong. The bells. Dog.
So, did you like these episodes?
Yeah, but like, what was that? Why did, huh? I didn't even like, I was like, I'm glad they said, like, in the first one, is like, hey, this guy's a cannibal. Because, like, I wouldn't even have picked up on that. Unless it was like, hey, yeah, this guy, like, cannibalized these people. Because, like, like, I didn't
True,
see...
actually, Teddy Lover just said maybe the viewers should ring that bell.
True, like, subscribe, ring the bell. If genuinely, unironically, if you have made it through this entire stream, either live or as a VOD watcher, and you are not subscribed, or liked, or joined the Discord, or, like, whatever you are, like, feel comfortable doing, I don't know, like, that's kind of, like, crazy, because, like, I don't know, like, you sat through this, but you don't want to see more? Like, I can understand sitting through the first, like, I don't know, 20, 30, an hour, and being like, yeah, this isn't for me, but, like, it's been almost 4 hours. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Yeah. Anyways.
How do you think John is going to react to this?
John's gonna be like, this guy's crazy. I think we should, I don't like reading this, or something like that. He's gonna be like, yep, well, this guy's insane. I don't think that... You know, I could be proven wrong in the next 5 seconds, but if John Magnus says, you know, this guy's got a credible story, I don't, like, out of everyone, I don't think so. Let's see.
Okay.
As it turns out, the second part of this statement was simply misfiled in the next folder, which was useful, although it does beg the question of who was reading it last. Martin is still absent, but Tim and Sasha both swear they haven't seen it before.
Archives.
Was my predecessor reading it at some point? That seems unlikely, given the state of the place. I find it hard to credit the idea that Gertrude Robinson actually read any of these files. Still, it's hardly our biggest concern. It's difficult to know where to begin with a statement like this. If the person giving their testimony is unable to distinguish the real and the unreal, that doesn't usually bode well for anyone trying to find evidence.
That's true.
Let us begin with Bethany O'Connor. From what Sasha could find in the records of St. Hugh's College, she was indeed a student there, studying archaeology, matriculating in 2008. Everything Father Burrows says about her faith,
Is this the person that not Grian? No, she wasn't studying archaeology. No, she was.
No, that was Amy. Her name is
Amy. Yeah.
hospitalization and her death appears to match up with official records. However, college records also list her as one of the students living in halls during her second year, rather than in an off-campus house. And it was a porter who she attacked with a kitchen knife, rather than a housemate. In fact, according to the letting agent, there was no one living at 89 Bullingdon Road that year. So whatever Bethany was doing in that house, it wasn't living there legally. Father Burrows' old colleagues from the church certainly remember his falling apart following the failed exorcism. They were apparently in the process of talking to the bishop to get him some help when the culminating incident occurred that led to his incarceration. Prior to meeting Bethany O'Connor, none of them had anything but the highest praise for the man. As for the incident itself, Father Burrows was found in one of the back rooms of 89 Bullingdon Road.
The back rooms! What? In the back rooms! What? Oh no. Based on the way John describes them, what do you think the assistants will be like? I think that he's probably been, like, downplaying them a lot, and they're gonna be like, chill. They're gonna be like, chill. Oh no. Oh no.
Road.
Okay, so he's
He was
in the
wearing
house.
a butcher's apron
Okay.
and sat in front of two students, Christopher Billum
Butcher's
and James
apron.
Mann.
James Mann.
They were both tied to chairs and quite
Christopher.
dead. Cause of death was listed as blood loss from multiple lacerations all over their legs and torso, as well as...
The interesting thing here is that he was in a butcher's outfit. That's interesting, because that, to me, would have fit better if his hallucinations were, oh, I'm the butcher. the baker, the candlestick man. No, I'm the butcher. I need to cut up this, like, normal meat. And I'm just imagining it that it's normal meat, but it's actually people. But this kind of, like, seems to me as if, what if the demon, as a way of, like, controlling this person, put another person's, like, brain over it? An apron, Zach? Well, it said, like, the butcher apron. Like, why would he add that? Oh, he did put on the religious stole? That is true. That is true.
Yeah.
Okay. Never mind.
Removal of both their faces with a sharp blade.
Ah.
Possibly a scalpel. The face of James Mann was found to have been partially eaten by Father Burrows. He pled guilty to all charges brought.
Oh, wait, that's it? I thought he would, like, have eaten more, but still the face is, like,
Yeah, he had to pull that thing off, and it took him several tries.
Yeah. Wait, the speaker? Jonathan Sims?
Not what? No, the priest guy had to pull that guy's face off to eat it, and it took several tries.
Oh, yeah. I thought it would be more, but okay, yeah, that makes sense.
For him, and is currently serving 2 life sentences at Wakefield Prison, though HMPS refused our request for a follow-up interview. What interests me is the paralleling of Father Burrows' climactic hallucination with reality, and the fact that at no point did he perform any actions that might be analogous with the binding and actual murder of the students.
Oh, yeah.
Also,
that's true.
It strikes me that the altar server he described seems out of place with most of his other delusions, in that he appeared to have active agency, which is uncharacteristic for these visions.
Why is this man actually like, wait a second. This guy's hallucinations might have been real. What? You're telling me all the, like, you said a spider could have put this guy in a cocoon and, like, oh, because his body wasn't found in a week. And this is the one that you're believing? Huh?
Visions the priest describes.
This is crazy.
Finally, there is the small detail mentioned in the police report that none of the tools used to kill or mutilate the victims were found at the scene.
Ah.
This all leads me to believe that there may have been a second person there that night.
Oh.
Although, from talking to the police, I get the impression that there is little appetite for reopening the case, considering how successful the initial process.
That's a crazy joke to drop there, John Magnus. That's a crazy joke. What? Rose said, I hardly believe they have little appetite. Oh, no.
Prosecution was. There's one other detail Tim uncovered that sticks out to me.
See, that's the suspicious thing in the prosecution. Because if this guy is saying, I'm pleading guilty to everything, and I was caught, and, like, I'm crazy, why would you not assume, okay, wait, there's probably another guy that he's covering for? Because that's what I would be like, okay, he's pled guilty to all these things, but...
What? No, because if you...
They didn't find the murder
tools. If you have,
tools.
like, a psychotic... If you're like, yeah, I think I killed these people, I had, like, a psychotic break, people would just assume you're telling the truth, and that because you are out of the psychotic break and you, like, feel really bad about it and are fine with going to prison.
Yeah, but, like, I just, like, they didn't find the murder tools, so I feel like they'd be like, okay, well, like, you're admitting to all this, but, like, where are the actual...
No, because they'd go like, oh, well, this guy clearly did weird stuff with the murder tools while he was in his psychotic break and doesn't remember.
I don't know. Maybe.
It's a name I recognize, though I have no idea what it could mean.
Uh-oh.
The oratory was obviously not the actual scene of Father Burrows' crimes, but there was one strange thing that happened a few days prior.
Uh-oh.
They received a delivery of a pale yellow stole, which apparently vanished less than a day after they signed for it.
Huh.
This would be unusual, but not necessarily noteworthy, if it wasn't for the fact that one of the deacons recalled the package was handed to them by a company called Brecon and Hope Deliveries.
Dracula. Is that, yeah?
No.
No? Oh.
These are the guys that delivered the box.
Yeah!
If that's what you're asking.
Yeah.
No, Dracula isn't in this one.
No, but like it's the same company. He gets the same shipping.
It's the same company. Brecon and Hope.
Brecon and
the
Hope.
two guys.
The two guys, yeah. So they just like bringing stuff places.
Yep, they sure do.
Okay, yeah. It all comes back to Dracula. It all comes back to Dracula. So I don't think... Maybe those guys weren't Dracula stalls. Maybe they were just, like, the delivery company that was bringing Dracula to the place. And he was just kind of, like, there.
I think it's also interesting that John is, like, concerned that, like, part of the reason why he isn't instantly dismissing this is because Brecon and Hope were involved. When first time Brecon and Hope are mentioned are in the coffin episode, and he's like, that didn't happen.
Yeah. But he's like, wait a second. Now that this is another Brecon and Hope. Oh, is Brecon and Hope the next book, guys? What episode are you on? We're on 20 right now. The end of 20.
Yeah, we're in the
Brecon
post-statement.
and Hope. Brecon? What is a Brecon? Like, what is the etymology of that word?
It's a name.
Oh. And Hope is also a name.
Yes.
Brecon and Hope. Brecon and Hope. Hope. Brecon.
Dude, I forgot Brecon and Hope were involved in this.
Brecon and Hope. I don't know what this could mean. I was talking with my group for a bit, so I didn't expect the stream to be 3 hours for some reason. Think again. It's the Magnus Archives. I'm just at the end? Yes. Yeah, this is the end of the stream. Okay. Brecon and Hope are, like, I guess the new, like, reoccurring scary guys, then.
I guess.
Because they weren't reoccurring before, but now they are, so. Huh. Okay, they brought a... Well, no, because, okay, they brought the yellow robes, but the person wasn't wearing the yellow robes. They were wearing...
I don't think... Hold on.
Huh. I don't know. This is confusing. Let's continue.
Hold on.
Oh, hold on. Huh.
May 20. I just want to check the wording of something real quick.
Uh-oh.
No, it's whatever. No, they didn't bring the robes. They brought a Oh no, yes they did.
Huh.
Hold on. What the fuck is this? Yes, they did bring the robes. I didn't recognize the word stole because I've never heard it in that context before. Because I was not raised in a religious community.
Okay. But they didn't find him with the robes on. They found him just with the butcher's uniform.
Yes.
I don't know. This is interesting.
End recording.
End recording. Okay, never mind. We're at the end of the episode. Okay. Alright. That was an interesting 2 episodes. I'm, like, trying to think of how this... Like... The end's a little, like,
Do you want to know
confusing.
something else really interesting that I didn't actually note down the important part of this in the notes?
Oh, yeah.
But in the other episode by the guy in Hilltop, the other guy who had a statement about Hilltop Road, he was like, and this took place in 2006. And in this episode, the priest guy was like, and I went to Hilltop Road in 2008.
Ah.
And guess what? You know how I said there's like 4 continuity errors? This isn't one of them.
This isn't one of them. Ooh, okay. Well, the priest, one of the guys did look like they were out of a picture, so, like, I don't know.
But the priest doesn't know what's going on. Like,
Yeah.
this guy's been having crazy... Yeah. So what I'm really saying is, we later understand a lot more about
so this is
some things.
Yeah, this is a thing that, like, has follow. So this is, like, a building thing. Okay.
Kind of.
Well, it connects two threads. The building and the Hope and Bream. Hope and Breams.
Yeah.
I don't know. Any leading questions?
Do you think
No.
Father Edwin Burrows is a bad guy?
Like, morally?
Yeah.
I think a reflection of his, like, morals, probably not. I mean, he did have that thing about, like, bullying a disabled kid in his childhood, which kind of, like, is not good, but he was 6 at the time, so, like, it's...
Yeah.
That's, like... Yeah,
but you see, Zach, he did kill and eat people.
Yeah, but you said, like, his morals. He didn't choose... He didn't morally want to do
it's
that.
funny you say that. He specifically says that while he was seeing things weird, he chose to make those movements. So while he may have not known the consequences, he chose to make those movements that happened to
But that's like saying, like, oh, I'm, like, streaming and, like, stuff, and, like, oh, I'm, like, all this stuff, and then the curtains, like, lifted up, and, like, the mask is ripped off my face, and I can see the real thing, and it's like, oh, you've actually, like, pressed the buttons to kill, like, thousands of people. It's like the end of the Ender's Game.
That's another one of my biggest fears.
Yeah. It's like in the Ender's Game, where they're like... I don't think I've ever actually watched the movie, but I just know they're like, hey, Lamau, we lied to you about this being a test, and you've actually, like, killed this whole civilization. Yippee. That... Actually, I shouldn't... Yeah, but yeah. But yeah. Yeah, so I don't think he, like... I don't know. I wouldn't say that he's a bad person for doing that. I'd say that, like... Yeah, that like, sucks. Like, it doesn't reflect on his morals, I guess. I don't know. I don't know how to weigh that. Anything else?
No, I'm going to bed. Night.
Okay, that's fair. Alright. I think with that, I'm going to call it a day here, then. Thank you all for watching. If you enjoyed, make sure to like, subscribe, join the Discord, all those things. I guess a reminder, VOD watchers, make sure to leave a comment of, like, a school story that you think is either interesting, like, or bad, or, like, something. I don't know. The school stories, yay. But yeah, with that, thank you guys for watching. Hope you all have a great rest of your day. Make sure you all stay safe out there, and I'll hopefully see you all later. Look forward to the next episodes of the Magnus Archives, which I don't know which ones are, but this was a 2-parter. So yeah, that was pretty cool. Anyways, bye. Say bye, Alexiel. Oh, Alexiel, I think already left. Oh, okay. Well, bye. Oh no.